must be burning. I tried to call around noon, and I understood all, but I appreciated that you were persistent because it was just time to fish a cut. Stuck with it, and everybody was really glad. So we can. But I also sent an email to all of you.
I got it.
Okay. When I was doing work like this with the Lafayette Parish School Board, we went into the community with a schedule. We asked for, because you don't want to design a facility that's designed for books when you really need technology and all of those things, and it costs money. So we want to avoid mistakes, but we want it to be relevant, and it's going to be culturally and socioeconomically.
I agree. I don't know what that'll look like, but
Don't call it charrettes or all that stuff. Because people, they just want to know. I mean, it would be nice to.
Have it every month. The next one's going to be October 29th. And interview people. I'll look on my card. That's my personal, let you know.
when you were kind of mentioning that one.
But that's our second amendment. And do you know the police weren't?
Yeah, and I will work in that regard, but I felt like it. And might have lost it politically down the road, but we should have asked, and because this is the.
And they give the police jobs that they shouldn't have. And now we have cameras everywhere.
It's going to depend. We'll see, but I mean, get what you can get. And
Not here in Lafayette, but if you live in a big Democrat state.
right over here in this end. You want to get back in? Yes, ma'am.
Growing some stuff? Good. Praise God.
They're probably both taking a nap.
Probably right. Hopefully, you don't need it.
Sorry.
Like to call the meeting to order. Okay, we're going to have the invocation by Councilman Tabor, Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Gilbo.
Thanks for getting that advance notice.
Oh, by the way, you're doing the prayer.
Father God, we just thank you for this day, Lord God. We thank you, Lord, for the parish we live in, Father God. Father God, we love you, Lord, and we give you praise and glory, Father God. We ask that you just bless this meeting, Lord. Give us the wisdom and the knowledge we need to make these decisions for the parish, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Tabor and Councilman Gilbo. We welcome you to the Lafayette Parish Council meeting. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to announce the following. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on this agenda, please fill out the speaker form to submit your information to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda. item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to Council Clerk Ms. Veronica. Excuse me. Item for submission to the council should be handed to Council Clerk Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. No debating or confrontational statement will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Please silence all phones and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by resolution and not by Robert Rules of Order. All documents with references to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement in boards and commission. If interested, call 337-291-8800. All right. I would like to wish Warren Abadi, Traffic Roads and Bridges Director, a happy birthday, which he celebrates on September the 4th. I don't see him in here, but if you see him, tell him congratulations. There's a special meeting today following this meeting for public comment on the fiscal year 22-23 budget at 5:15. Okay. The first thing I would like to do is I would like to acknowledge the Mayor President. He's back in his seat. You know, that's the kind words I have for you first. You know, we hoping that you're well. All right. Okay, now, the not so kind words for you, sir. I would just like to say, you know, whenever we come up here, you ask for respect as far as giving you heads up on like questions and things of such. The only thing that we ask, something of this great magnitude, we feel disrespected because you didn't reach out to us and let us know ahead of time. We would have liked to prepare. I didn't like waking up on Monday morning like a deer in the headlight. You know, I think it would have been the respectable thing if you'd have said, at least call the chairman and say, hey, look, I'm about to go ahead on, take care of some business. This is what's going on. I'd appreciate it if y'all do what y'all have to do, make it, you know what I'm saying? We would have appreciated that heads up. So that way we don't get stuck in the headlight, just like you don't like to get stuck in the headlights. You know what I'm saying? So, but other than that, we're glad to see you back and we're hoping everything is well with you, sir. You're welcome. Oh, he didn't have nothing to say. He's good. Anybody else? No, we good. Okay, Executive Mayor President's report. Hold up. Been so long, I don't forget where you're at. I got you.
Nothing to report.
All right. Executive session. Jeremy, please read.
Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government versus Bindell Partnership et al., 15th JDC, Lafayette Parish, docket number 202-16273, Division B, 3rd Circuit Court of Appeal, docket number 22-00432CA.
Need a motion and a second to enter executive session. So moved. So moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Tabor. Ms. Williams, any public comment? Call for a vote to enter executive session.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Motion to enter executive session is approved.
I mean, it's kind of late now, huh? Hey, Paul, do you mind if you let the public know why we're going into executive session?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, this matter involves pending litigation in which LCG is a party, and because of the nature of the claims and defenses asserted in that litigation, it's my opinion that discussion of the litigation in open session will have a detrimental effect on the litigation or the bargaining position of LCG. For that reason, it's my opinion that an executive session is permissible and appropriate for discussion of the litigation, and I recommend that the council go into executive session for that purpose.
Thank you.
learn something.
Yeah, if it's just comments from the public,
Yeah, that would be from 5:15 to 5:30.
Yeah.
And that's going to be pretty tightly controlled because they're trying to, it's all back to back.
but you put in a,
Yeah, I did. I just don't know if it'll, I hope
they'll let you know, that's all you,
yeah.
we had Jason bring us.
Are you a staff person? Yes, sir. Budget management, DeVille? Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Mary Liv, courtesy of the library award. Nice to meet you as well. I'm glad to have, I'm glad I really was, I sat through 3 hours of budget, at the budget meeting, to wait until the library issue came up. But it was really very instructive. And I was telling Ms. Toops, I said it's a shame that there's not a way to proactively involve and invite people from the public, like maybe feature a different organization, to come in so that they can understand the process. Because I learned a lot, it's government, you assume everything is done well, but no one really understands it unless they're involved directly in it. And it would be, I think that would be really something kind of interesting, there's nothing like sitting there, just when they talk about why do you need this extra $100,000 for the federal district courts, and you heard the judge explain, the mandatory, the mandates that really are unfunded and that have to be done, but, so all of that, that was helpful, yeah.
Those are kind of ongoing battles for years.
Well, and yet, it's an interesting balance because some things that would not be funded, should be required. So it's just a matter of who's going to pay for it. And that therein lies the challenge.
Yeah, I totally missed I was just looking at resolution.
Hey, and welcome to this video. Keep in mind that you can use this for, and then this you'll be able to see your, and then you should receive a message here that will say success. Once this pops up, it's going to go ahead and verify. So I'm going to go ahead and click on submit. And now you can see it's going to go ahead and authorize that IMEI number here. It's going to go ahead and verify it. And then you should receive a message here that will say success. Once this pops up, you're going to click on OK. And then you'll need to choose your country and your network provider. So I'm going to go ahead and choose USA for my country. And my network provider in this case is going to be T-Mobile. Now we're going to go ahead and click on the button. In this case is going to be for my country. And my network provider in this case is going to be T-Mobile. Now we're going to go ahead and click on the button.
Thank you for waiting, guys. I need a motion and a second to return from executive session. So moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Nakir. Ms. Williams, any public comment? Call for vote to return from executive session.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Motion to return from executive session is approved.
Resolution. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Mr. Jeremy, could you please read for me, please?
Parish Resolution 8, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the filing of grant applications with Maddie's Fund for the Animal Shelter.
Need a motion and a second. So moved by Councilman Tabor.
Second.
Second by Councilman Colson. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment? Call for vote?
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved.
Ordinance for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Mr. Jeremy, could you please read?
Parish Ordinance 43, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into an intergovernmental agreement between the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the City of Broussard concerning assistance with various maintenance issues.
So moved by Councilman Nakir, second by Councilman Colson. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment? Call for vote?
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. Parish Ordinance 44, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 capital budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by decreasing council reserves and Fund 651 American Rescue Plan 21 Parish Fund in the amount of $2 million and appropriating within the Community Development and Planning Department for disbursement to Milton Water System.
Need a motion? So moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Gilbo. Councilman Colson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment to reduce the dollar amount from $2 million down to $1.5 million.
Second.
We have an amendment on the floor. That was second by Councilman Gilbo. Any public comment on the amendment? Call for vote on the amendment.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2? District 3?
Yes.
Motion to amend is approved.
So now we're voting on the ordinance
As amended.
as amended.
We need a public comment on the ordinance as amended.
Any public comments on the ordinance as amended?
I mean, no, I'm not seeing any, because it was something from the floor, so, no,
Okay.
but I'm not seeing any.
Okay, well, call for the vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to adopt as amended is approved.
Joint ordinance for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Mr. Jeremy, could you please read?
Joint Ordinance 59, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to amend the intergovernmental agreement between Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the Acacia Planning Commission to extend the agreement with respect to the use of a portion of the Rosa Parks Transportation Center.
Need a motion and a second. So moved by Councilman Tabor. Second by Councilman Gilbo. See no council discussion. Ms. Williams, any public comments?
No, sir.
No public comments. Call for vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. Joint Ordinance 60, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget and adjusting manning tables of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of prior year Fund 101 fund balance by $1,637 and increasing the use of prior year Fund 105 fund balance by $617 to implement an increase in the salary of elected judges of the City Court of Lafayette, Louisiana to correspond with statewide judicial salary increase.
Need a motion and a second. So moved by Councilman Colvin, second by Councilman Nakane. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, administration or Ms. Toops, can you explain to me kind of what's going on? I know we had budget going on, and Judge Saloon had spoke to us and stuff. So is this, what's going on with the city court stuff going on right here compared to what we had in the budget? Remember, about 900-something thousand, and then helping out with some expenses. What's put that mic on?
Oh, they hot.
Okay.
Did the CFO know that you were stepping out? Or that you were going to ask this question, that's why she stepped out?
Did she know?
Yeah.
Probably not. I don't tip the hand that well.
This, I don't think Melinda's still here.
This is in accordance with state law.
This is separate and apart from the budget that was.
Okay, so it's different.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure if there was some stuff we needed to clean up or clarify for the record. Okay, I'm good with it.
All righty, where are we? Call for vote?
Public comment.
Oh, yeah, public comments, I'm sorry.
No problem. First speaker is Stephanie Skinner Touchette, followed by Judge Doug Saloon.
Hey, great council. I'm very, very happy we have a new judge, and I'm sure he's wonderful, and I'm all for giving our judges raises, but I want everybody to know that George Soros is out there, and he's bought up a bunch of DAs everywhere, all over this country, and he's a criminal, and he was responsible for a bunch of Jews dying, the Nazis dying, and he funds all these terrorists, and he's letting all these terrorists out of prison, and he's like in charge of Antifa and BLM and all this, so I want to keep that out of the community. I would like to pay our judges. I'm sure our judges are great, but we need to be on the lookout for criminal people like that are in our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Judge Doug Saloon.
Judge Saloon, I really have nothing to add unless you have a question. Your question was properly answered. The mayor answered it. It's state law, and this is not part of the discussions we had last week. We'll have those on the 30th. No, I don't believe we are, and I appreciate the kind words about good judges.
All right. We're a great council, she said. We're great
And a great council. I missed that part. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
If you have no questions, there's nothing.
I'm good. Gilbo.
I think all of you know what I'm going to say. This is probably another state mandate that's being handed down to us. I had to say it.
I had
Appreciate
said that.
you, though, Judge.
I had
Thank
said
you.
that earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We're good.
Thank you. All right, now, is that all, Ms. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right, call for vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved.
Introductory ordinance. Need a motion and a second to intro and global items 11 through 14. Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Gilbo. Mr. Jeremy, could you please read?
Parish Ordinance 45, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the use of Parish General Fund prior year fund balance in the amount of $80,000 and appropriating within the parish-wide fire protection transportation account. Parish Ordinance 46, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into an intergovernmental agreement between the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the City of Youngsville concerning assistance with various maintenance issues. Parish Ordinance 47, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the E. Broussard at Robley Drive roundabout project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary. Parish Ordinance 48, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council declaring the W. Broussard and Douillon Road roundabout project a public necessity and authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process if necessary.
Seeing no council discussion, Ms. Williams, any public comments? Call for vote to introduce and global items 11 through 14.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Wake up.
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Motion to introduce in globo is approved.
Joint introductory ordinance. Need a motion and a second to introduce in global items 16 through 28. So moved by Councilman Gilbo, second by Councilman Nake. Mr. Jeremy, could you please read?
Joint Ordinance 61, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending Chapter 98, Article 3, Divisions 3 and 4 relative to towing and wrecker operations and services to comport with state law. Joint Ordinance 62, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending Ordinance 97, 2018 with respect to the governing authority of the Lafayette Parish Rural Fire District. Joint Ordinance 63, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into an artifact loan agreement with the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System. Joint Ordinance 64, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and Baseball Ventures of Louisiana, LLC, to extend the agreement with respect to the use of Fabaka Field and for a portion of the calendar year. Joint Ordinance 65, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government to sell at public internet auctions surplus vehicles, equipment, and other miscellaneous movable property which are no longer needed for public purposes as per the attached list. Internet auction. Joint Ordinance 66, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of prior year fund balance in Fund 550 in the amount of $90,000 and appropriating within the Public Works Department Environmental Quality Solid Waste Composting Division for additional funding needed to cover estimated cost of renting a grinder and excavator. Joint Ordinance 67, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $40,088 received from the State of Louisiana Local Government Assistance Program and appropriating within the Community Development and Planning Department. Joint Ordinance 68, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $340,000 in Home Investment Partnership Program funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Lafayette Habitat for Humanity. Joint Ordinance 69, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $150,000 in Home Investment Partnership Program funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Catholic Charities of Acadiana. Joint Ordinance 70, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $80,000 in community development block grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Lafayette Habitat for Humanity. Joint Ordinance 71, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $150,000 in community development block grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Catholic Charities of Acacia. Joint Ordinance 72, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $75,000 in community development block grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to the Extra Mile. Joint Ordinance 73, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $180,000 in community development block grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Acadiana Cares.
Any council discussions? As you all can see, we do give to a lot of nonprofits, for those who say we don't, just FYI. Any public comments?
We do have 2 speakers signed in for the intro items, Stephanie Skinner Touchette and Clarice Galejo. Is that right?
Forgive her. I got you covered, Ms. V.
Hi. Yeah, I know how you're talking about all these grants, but some of these grants have sinister forces behind them, and we need to be very, very watchful on this because George Soros and Bill Gates and all these criminal, murder, globalists, they'll give grants, and they'll get their tentacles in beautiful cities like ours. So we have to be very careful. And Habitat for Humanity, I don't like the way they call it Habitat. I wish they would change the name. Habitat is something I remember in my science book when I was studying in grade school, you know, the animals' habitats. We're humans. I wish they'd call it like homes for humanity. You know what I'm saying? It's just, we're not animals, you know, and I just don't like that word, but that's just my opinion on that. And now the Catholic Charities, they got into a bunch of trouble in Texas because the United Nations was using them and they were taking a lot of money. And they were giving children to people unvetted. I mean, like handing out children and women and violating our border laws. So there's a lot of criminality in these things, but I'm sure the great council here, you're going to keep a watch on those things because we're not necessarily border, but we have to be careful because they're known for a lot of bad things.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Ms. Clarice.
Thank you, Veronica. That's the safest way to do it. It took me a couple of years to learn it myself. Well, hi, I'm back. My name's Clarice Gallegos, and I am with Focus Clubhouse. And I don't have any objections to any of these monies that you've given to these charities or nonprofits. Catholic Charities, I'm not sure needs $300,000, but you know, because when you call them for money, they tell you they're broke and they are not really doing a great job on their shelter. And I know they've recently opened their kitchen and all that good kind of stuff. But I'm a bit disappointed that there's nothing here for Focus Clubhouse. We have a wonderful program. It's about a quarter of the way operating now due to funding because I can't do the transitional work program. I can't do several programs that are Clubhouse our Clubhouse requires, Clubhouse International requires to become accredited. So once I'm accredited, I can bill Medicaid. And I am getting funding, small amount of funding from Tyler Mental Health Center. But that's not enough to keep transportation going for my members, to keep assistance with the other ones that, need housing, you call Arch, and there's no Section 8 housing. They're not even taking new applications right now. The last time I called Section 8, it's been about 4 weeks ago. So, people need a place to live, and they need a place to go during the day, not to be in isolation. And we serve both of those and can serve getting them back to work and being productive citizens if we had the funding to staff our organization and get it accredited so we could get more funding through Medicaid. Thank you.
No other
Thank you.
speakers, Mr. Chair.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Call for a vote to introduce in global items 16 through 28.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2? Yes. Motion to introduce in globo is approved.
This meeting is adjourned.
Ready, y'all?
I open the joint meeting and call the City Council meeting to order.
I call the parish council meeting to order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't put me on. It's all good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we welcome you to a special joint meeting of the Lafayette Parish Council and Lafayette City Council. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to announce the following. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on this agenda, please fill out the speaker form and submit it to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to the clerk of the council, Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. And finally, all documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. Chair announcements. I'm not seeing anybody within a chair announcement. I have none. All right, public hearing. Jeremy, please read.
Public hearing for citizen input on matters related to the 2022-2023 proposed budget.
All right, Ms. Williams, public comments?
Yes, ma'am, we do have 11 speakers signed in, the first of which is Clarice Gallego. She will be followed by Bill Leindecker.
I'm back. I think I've made my point pretty clear that community is important, and I think each and every one of you wouldn't be sitting up there if you didn't believe me and if you didn't agree with me that community is important. Unfortunately, inside our community, we are not all equal. There are those living with mental health issues and mental illness issues that are just kind of ignored. You know, drive up and down the street, look at the homeless people. They're not all mentally ill. I'll give you they're not all mentally ill. But there are 715,000 people in this state, entire state, diagnosed, that's the key word there, with a mental illness. I don't know exactly how many are in the Lafayette community, but I can tell you a lot. Our clubhouse is growing in members, and by growing in members, we need staff. We would love to open up all of our programs, our transitional work program, our culinary unit where we fix decent meals and not just sandwiches, where we, can do evening and weekend outings for the members, which is all part of Clubhouse International's standards. We are trying to meet all 36 standards of Clubhouse International so that we can become accredited. I'm trying to get state funding. Without local funding, I'm being told by Senator Gerald Boudreaux that it's going to be hard for me to get state funding. So I'm here. I'll get on my knees if I have to. I'm that passionate about this issue and about this problem. I think every other nonprofit in Lafayette community is as equally important. But it seems that, and I know I'm the new kid on the block, okay? I'm only 2 years old. January will be open, starting on our 3rd year. We have done everything we have done on our own by fundraising. We have not asked for a penny until this year. So I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm asking. I don't know what else other adjective to use. Please grant us some funding so that I can go on to Baton Rouge and get state funding. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Clarice.
Next speaker is Bill Leindecker, followed by Robin Strong.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Bill Leindecker, and I'm here to speak against salary increases for the administration. The proposed salary increases are absurd. They're disingenuous, they're egregious, and arrogant. The proposed salary increases are a slap in the face to all rank-and-file LCG employees and taxpayers. The proposed salary increases are, in some cases, more than employees' yearly salaries. I applaud Mr. Kevin Nakan for questioning these increases. First, the money can be spent better elsewhere. Second, salary increases should be based on performance, not loyalty. Salary increases should be based on merit, not obedience. I don't have time to list all of the inadequacies and deficiencies of the present administration. The present administration leaves a lot to be desired. That being said, there are two members of the present administration that I have the most confidence in, Ms. Veronica Williams and Mr. Joseph Gordon Wiltz, true professionals. What happened to more with less? That lasted about as long as Beth Guidry town halls. What happened to 10-10-10? That lasted about as long as RFPs and Michael Hicks. We all know how this is going to go. Some parish council members will vote yes because that's what they do. A city council member will vote yes because it's expected. For the rest of you, please don't trade your vote for a paved road. Don't trade your vote for help in getting reelected or membership on the team. Do your job, pull back the curtain, and vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Robin Strong, followed by Stephanie Skinner Touchette.
My name is Robin Strong, and I'm against the pay raise because the employees, I work for Lafayette Parish Consolidated Government.
Speak a little closer to the mic, thank you.
All right. I work for Lafayette Consolidated Government, and we get a 2% raise, and they're gonna give administration a higher raise than that, and we do all the work. I mean, it's just not fair. I mean, we get a 2% raise, and they go up on the group insurance, which is funded by the Lafayette Consolidated Government. So they're getting their money right back, you know? Y'all, I'm asking y'all to do the right thing. If y'all can't get top quality workers because of the pay, you know, to improve our city, we'd have to improve the pay. I mean, take that money that they're gonna give to that and improve the pay with that. That's all I'm asking. Thank y'all.
Next speaker, Stephanie Skinner Touchette, followed by Dave Domain.
Hi, I have an idea. You
Go
can
ahead,
go to
say your name first, I'm
Stephanie Skinner Touchette. Thank you. Concern Acadianian. If we have surplus in this budget, you can take it and you can put it in a vault. I think if you look up King World News, and a lot of people do this, and I think maybe even some cities do it, and they take their surplus and they invest in gold. So if this economy ever crashed, we would have that money, and it wouldn't be the fiat dollar. And it would be the most amazing thing if we were to take the extra money that you have in this budget and put it in a vault, and they'll do business with you, and they'll work with you, and they do a lot. They do a lot of work. People are going to gold. Going to gold. I mean, there's so much business right now, and we as a community could do that. We could protect ourselves, and we could be very lucratively rich, and we need to strategize for us great people because we don't know what's coming. And things are not looking good, and all the economists are coming out and saying it. And I think I've heard before in prior council meetings that we're doing really well, you know, considering the situation around the country. So I would be very excited if maybe we could look into that and y'all could look into that. It's a possibility, and I think we could do very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dave Domain, followed by Noriko Ross. And Dave, you signed 2 cards, but you get 1 3-minute for all your items.
Nice try, though, yeah.
I'm Dave Domain. I'm coming before the councils tonight as a member of the Freetown community living on Jefferson Street. That's where I was born. I've been living back in the community for the last 47 years. And I've seen a lot of changes in that area. And one of the items up for discussion is the use of ARPA funds for Jefferson Street renovation. And I'd like to speak in favor of that because Jefferson Street is not only the major thoroughfare cutting through our neighborhood, but it's also one of the avenues bringing people into downtown. And I see the possibilities of funding this and improving Jefferson Street as revitalizing that entire avenue and bringing a lot of commerce and a lot of new vitality into the neighborhood. The other thing that I would like to speak to is the funding proposal under the community planning budget for the Office of Communities, which is the positions that would be working with the neighborhood coteries. And I've been a member of the Freetown Coterie since it was founded in 2006. And I've enjoyed getting to know the council members that have worked with our community in the coterie system. But I also appreciate that someone working in the department, having a day-to-day access to the plans that are being made, and also carrying our voice straight back to those that will implement those plans would be a very worthwhile investment of the money. Thank you.
Next speaker is Noriko Ross, followed by Anita Begnaud.
Hello, guys. So I'm Ross, proud veteran and resident of the North Side. And I'm merely standing before you all today to serve as a reminder. I remember I spoke to you, Josh, early in the year about pedestrian infrastructure. And I just wanted to remind you all, Carmel Drive, money was allocated in 2018 for Carmel Drive. It's nearly 2023, and the road is still without sidewalks despite multiple pedestrian fatalities. So I just want you guys to remember. And also covered bus stops. It really breaks my heart. I wish you guys could see the video and pictures I captured over the last few days. We had ample amount of rain, and it really breaks my heart. I rode around the North Side, and I seen so many people standing at the bus stops in the rain. I feel like those things are overlooked by many, and one man was standing near Evangeline Thruway in front of the shopping center, near the intersection of MLK and the Service Road. And the bus stop is literally in the ditch. I witnessed this man slide in the ditch, and the ditch was filled with water because the bus stop is located in a ditch. I feel like there should be some consideration on where you're placing these bus stops, because that roadway has no sidewalks or shoulder. So this man sliding in the ditch was the worst thing I witnessed, because I wish I could have helped him. And I just want to, because I know you're familiar with the covered bus stops, I really want someone to reconsider where you're placing these covered bus stops and not overlook those locations, especially that's a shopping center and it's also located near a grocery store. So I just want you guys to remember bus stops are important, but covered bus stops, it's really important. So people can contribute to society by going to work and grocery shopping. So that's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Anita Begnaud, followed by Mary Lib Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. Anita Begnaud. I'm the CEO of the Downtown Development Authority here in Lafayette. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for your consideration for many items in downtown Lafayette in this proposed budget. I want to hone in on Fund 650, the city ARPA detail portion of the budget. A number of you have asked some questions throughout the budget process about the 12 items that were approved by Council Ordinance through 7/7/2022. So I just wanted to share with you what I know about those projects and where they are. Although these are all LCG-led projects, we coordinate often with the departments, and so I wanted to make sure that I put on the public record from our perspective where we are with those projects. So for numbers 3 and 4, which are related to sidewalk infrastructure, my understanding is that that money is being looked at to be used for Main Street improvements, which are currently in engineering right now. It's my understanding that this week, LCG leadership is meeting with Como Engineering, who is contracted on that job, and we hope to get an update as the DDA in the next month or so on where that project is. Number 5, downtown drainage. A number of updates to share, and I know you've heard these from various folks, but I wanted you to hear it from downtown Lafayette, who helped to advocate originally for this funding. There's a negotiation happening with a major landowner who is also a developer. Another negotiation happening with probably our largest landowner for a partnership with them for water storage. The triangle that I'm sure you've passed by recently and haven't been able to travel down Jefferson right there is nearing completion, and it's actually functional at this point. There's discussion about catch basins throughout the district. The city court lot is also being considered, which is a large piece of land that LCG controls. So we see that as a huge opportunity because it's kind of where the issue is. 2 projects ready to go out for bid in the next month or so, and 2 more by the end of the year, so lots of movement. Now, if we look at what's proposed, I want to point out that item 14 came to us from businesses located on the 400 block of downtown. There are 6 businesses trying to figure out where to put their trash. 4 of those businesses don't actually have back access to Polk Street because the Science Museum wraps around the back of their businesses. So that came to us from the business community. Number 15, which is Vermilion Street Design and Engineering, will complement the private investment we've talked about for the last couple of years with new apartments on Vermilion. And then number 23, my counterpart Dave just spoke about it. You're going to hear Gabe from the Freetown Coteries, the president, talk about it. I just want to point out that that's an ETRT project, Evangeline Thruway Redevelopment Team. It will connect neighborhoods to downtown, downtown to UL, the Trapeze Future Development to downtown. We're seeing private investment on that corridor, and I think that this public investment will spur even more private development. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to spend more time with you answering those. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mary Lib Gercio, followed by Jeff Daly.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak in behalf of the new proposal to expand the coterie work that was spoken to earlier that's happening in Freetown and Macomb-Visay and other areas. This is a wonderful example of a city government, city parish government, reaching out and helping people help themselves. In attending the community meeting that was sponsored by Schumacher in One Acadiana a couple of weeks ago, in which they brought in Chuck Marone, who is with the Strong Cities program. Actually, he's retired now, but evidently he's still considered an expert in that area. The top recommendation of the 4 that he had to create strong cities is to observe where people are struggling and do something to help them. So this particular program would be organized under your Community Development and Planning Program. As proposed, it would add 4 staff members. I think this is absolutely something that the city and parish should jump on. We talk about being fiscally responsible and trying to help people become productive and useful. This is how you do it. You teach them and you show them and the way. And I think that there would be a great partnership, and I do urge you to get behind this and fund these positions. Thank you very much.
Jeff Daly, followed by Gabe Giffen.
All right, Jeff Daly, City and Parish resident. First, to the Mayor President, while I may strongly disagree with many of your policies and actions, as a father and a husband, I truly hope your time away helps you keep your demons at bay. Tonight, I'm here to convince you all to fix the fiscal irresponsibility that I see in this budget, to exercise the power that voters solely granted to these councils to approve how funds are spent, and to not allow this Mayor President to illegally appropriate funds via veto, which the Charter does not allow for. First, to the Parish Council, I think it's fiscally irresponsible to operate a $3 million plus deficit in your general fund, dropping the fund balance to $1 million. The parish should follow the same 20% minimum balance policy as the city, which would mean maintaining a balance of about $3 million. You can make up this gap by simply defunding the $2.2 million in roundabouts. This is especially true when the parish has an unknown, unfunded liability for Homewood, which could be anywhere from $5 million if you win the lawsuit and $30 million if you lose the lawsuit. Second, to both councils, I think it's unfair that that the parish isn't paying for their share of consolidated expenses. Like the parish paying none of the $3 million for IT capital outlay, paying none of the $1.1 million to replace the roof on City Parish Hall, paying none of the money spent on the Mayor-President's security detail, paying none of the $2.3 million for widening Duyon Road, despite the fact that the majority of that road is in unincorporated Lafayette. That's more than $2 million of parish expenses the Mayor-President is proposing that we pay for with city money. That's a wrong that you all should right. Third, to both councils, I think you should reject some of the proposed spending of the last of your ARPA funds. To the parish, I think it's a bad idea to spend $6 million on road extension projects that create unfunded maintenance liabilities when you already don't have enough money to fix your existing roads. To the city, I think you shouldn't be spending these special funds on normal capital expenses as you have other funds to use for that. This money should only be spent on recovering from the pandemic, helping people in need, and investing in catalytic projects, not buying new mowers for golf courses. While some of the Mayor-President's proposed projects are appropriate, I've identified $6.2 million worth of normal capital expenses you should not fund with ARPA, and instead find better uses for this special money. Fourth, to the City Council, I think it's fiscally irresponsible to approve another $20 million in debt for Brown Park and Moore Park without analysis of the total cost of ownership of these projects. $25 million in debt is going to cost another $10 to $20 million in interest over the next 30 years, plus a potential $1 to $2 million a year operating subsidy could be another $30 to $60 million over the next 30 years. These two parks could cost $100 million, yet at this point we have seen no evidence of a proper market analysis to assess the demand for them, or a business plan to show how much they'll cost to operate, or an analysis of how subsidizing these parks will take money away from operating and maintaining other parks. I think we should defund these half-baked projects until a real plan has been proposed. Finally, to the City Council, how is LUS Fiber supposed to afford its expansions? At the end of next year, their budget to only have $4.4 million left, but the Ville-Platte expansion is projected to cost $5 million in the first year, so according to their pro forma in the grant application. So if everything goes according to plan, LUS Fiber will end next year negative $600,000. That's before we factor in the other grants. I'm also against these obscene raises. They're just not right. Thank you all for your time. I'm happy to answer any additional questions at your leisure.
Next speaker is Gabe Giffen, followed by the final speaker, Wayne Colvin.
Hey y'all, good evening. Gabe Giffen, Freetown Coterie Chair. First of all, I'll speak a little bit slower. Thank y'all for the work you're doing. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. We're in the middle of it right now. I want to talk to ARPA funds primarily, Fund 650, number 23. ARPA's a tough cookie for John Q. Public, let me tell you. Trying to figure out what money we have and where the money's going is extremely hard. And I completely understand that there are other people that need projects, you know, that we've got the MLK, pool enclosure, different things like that. I understand we've got to use the money as much as we can. So specifically though, we've got the Jefferson Streetscape, a catalyst project. Imagine right now in your mind, Borden's Ice Cream. Can you tell me what happens the next 2 blocks after Borden's on either side? Because that's the beauty of this awesome downtown Freetown relationship. Imagine walking from downtown into Freetown, past Borden's. You're not going to stop there. You know what's right after that now? Besides Cedar Grocery, which has been there for an extremely long time? Lafayette General Ochsner's Community Health Care Clinic. An incredible, what was that, 18 rooms we saw today that they have over there? So when you're walking down a sidewalk, you know, we've got these people, one Acacia brings in about what's a good downtown. When you're walking down this way, we're already seeing the connectivity. We have a wonderful healthcare clinic. Beyond that, we've got our women's home, right? Where we help our baby and boutique with secondhand, things like that. So, oh my goodness, I understand $3.1 million is a big line item, and we go, what can we take from that? But I'm going, you gotta help us here. That's a heavy lift project for my neighborhood, for downtown, and for UL. We often talk about the fabric between UL and downtown can happen right there between Freetown. So again, I understand it's a large line item budget, but please don't take this out. This is a jump start for us. This is huge for our neighborhood. It is something for us to rally around, and it's something, frankly, the citizen can't do. It's a lot of money. The other thing I want to speak to is the work of not just the coteries, but to the work of LCG, particularly in the community planning budget. Office Communities. Alex Lazard has been wonderful for us. The relationship that we're building between LCG and the coteries right now is the first time I've ever seen it. You know, I'll tell a quick anecdotal story. Alex will come to our meetings. He asks us if we have any areas we need attention, like a four-way stop. Jefferson and Johnson Street. You could not walk across Johnson Street at that wonderful bricked pavement intersection we have. You had about 8 seconds. He talked to Mr. Abity. Now we have about 45 seconds. That all happened because of that coterie representative. Just quick, easy, too. It didn't take a lot. So I wanted to mention that as well. And again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Y'all hang in there. Thank you for your time.
Final speaker, Wayne Colvin.
Good evening, Wayne Colvin. We had a lot of discussion earlier in the week on the libraries. Unfortunately, I was not here when the discussion, but I watched it on the tape and the playback, and I'd been involved with early on and looking at some of the data on that, and what she's handing out is some backup data that I sent you to correspond with some of the emails I sent you referencing some of the positions on there and the relationship there. Because what I did, you know, whenever I try and present something, I give you the whole yard, all the 9 yards, the pros, the cons, and whatever. This has addresses. This has the data, the hours they were open, and the distances, when they were constructed, how much they were constructed. Why is that important? Well, you know, just part of the discussion we heard, well, they're replacing the roof on the main library, or have to do some. Look at the thing. That thing was just done in 2016, you know, and go like, why are we doing it? That was just a few years ago. You know, is anybody looking at saying, hey, why is that such as that? You know, then I put the distances on there from the main and the regionals to the kind of like the satellite offices, because that was considered just to see how it's all spread out there. I'm kind of a map freak. I use MapQuest to say how far one is from the other. Just to give you an idea, I added Falk Elementary on there when the Northeast Regional started talking about that later on in the project. I wanted to give you a flavor for where all that is located there. The data all comes from the website or the library or data that they sent. There was a line graph that showed this data on page 2 that says what it is. But the line graph doesn't show the appropriate hours per that they're open, and you can see when you look at it how much more work is being done, or checkouts or computer sessions is being done on Sunday compared to any other time. A couple other things I wanted to mention. This Office of Communities, it seems like a lot of overlap between the DDA, because those coteries overlap with the DDA, the EDDs, and the economic development. All that overlaps. Why can't some of that be joined together such that they could be a part of this thing and use some of their resources to tie all this in rather than having a separate office to do all that? One final point, in looking at that, and I'm jumping subjects on you, Brian Smith, traffic, all talked about it, even the assessor's office using drones. Did we ever consider buying a drone and circulating them among the departments rather than going out for contract?
Thank you. All right, Ms. Williams, any other comments?
No, ma'am. I know it's not on your chair agenda, but final adoption of the budget is on September 8th.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other comments from the public and or the council, so you want to hit?
I adjourn the Parish Council meeting.
I adjourn the joint meeting and the city council meeting. We will be back with the city council meeting in just a few minutes. I don't know if we have to move. Okay, y'all get in your place. All right. Okay, bye, Sheila. Hey, I enjoyed, you haven't worked with your mom and your dad.
I know, she told me that.
Oh, it was so fun, yeah. We had a good visit.
Yeah, but it was good to catch up with
It was
everybody.
fun, yeah. You got it. I know, it's like, I just can't do it. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, and not that I need a pat on the back, but it's like they're patting each other on the back for getting the grant. Who submitted it? Working? No, and she'll step up. All that stuff, it's too much. Work through it. Okay, good. But I do want to talk to you about a project. Not all the parks, but certain parks, and they were looking. Yeah, that's what. No. I was going to tell her how to pull it together. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, I didn't throw you under the bus on that.
Here's script.
Trying to hurry.
This is item 32.
Oh, 32.
We'll start with item 27. You're going to ask for a joint motion in Globo? Okay. So Pat has a conflict here. He's going to have to recuse himself. So what we're going to do is you're going to ask for, you're going to ask for an in Globo motion. You're going to just take that one separate. You could, but
So you got
you
that?
could do.
I'll separate that.
You could do it either.
Okay.
But when
This way just makes way more work for him.
but when you read this, before you say I got an issue that I need to recuse.
Now, since he's making more work for us,
Okay.
I need you to make more work for him.
Okay.
Before you ask for a motion for the executive session,
Ask legal why
ask legal
for the reason.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to go. Is everybody in their place?
Were you on this item number 23?
Projects, I think that's what the amendment, there's an amendment. We'll have to ask.
There's always been nights.
They've always had intergovernmental agreements.
Oh, we better ask, yeah. Is that parish? No, city. It must be city because we're... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we probably need to ask them. Good catch. All right, I'd like to welcome you to the City Council meeting. I would like to, Mr. Nakam, please lead us in a prayer, and Mr. Lazard, please lead us in a pledge.
In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. We thank you, Father, for gathering us all here. In our presence, to guide us and lead us in the dealings of the city. We thank you for all the first responders, for all those who are serving this city, both physically and mentally, and what they do to try to enhance the lives of everyone here. We thank you for the men in service and women throughout this country and this world that protect us and give us our rights. We ask you to guide our hands and our minds so we serve you in a just manner and a gracious way. We ask this in Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
And the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you guys very much. All right, we welcome you to the Lafayette City Council meeting. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to announce the following. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on this agenda, please fill out the speaker form to submit your information to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to the council clerk, Mrs. Veronica L. Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Please silence all phones and electronic devices. Meetings procedures are by resolution and not by Robert's Rules of Order. All documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement in boards or commissions. If interested, call 291-8800. Chair announcements. Item number 11, ordinance number CO 118-2022 is being deferred indefinitely as the owner has applied for a demolition grant to have the house demolished. Item number 23, ordinance number CO 130-2022, LUS has requested an amendment to add Acacia lift station backup power to the priority list. City ordinance number CO 115-2022 regarding ARCH funding was inadvertently left off of this agenda. It will be placed on the September 6th agenda. I'd like to wish Warren Abity, Traffic Roads and Bridges Director, a happy birthday, which he celebrates on September 4th. I don't see him in the house. I would just also like to make an announcement to welcome Mayor Josh Guillory back, and we're very happy that you are back with us, and we are sending prayers and love to you, all right? Any other council announcements? I'm not seeing any. We're going to move on to the executive, speaking of the mayor, Mayor President's report. Let me put your, let's see, there you are.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, and I do feel the love, so I appreciate all of you, and thank you for your support, kind words, thank you for your prayers, and especially in my absence physically, but I'm never too far from you in spirit, so thank you so much. And also, I'd like everyone just to take a brief moment of silence for one of our warriors that are down, Brian Rosas, Lafayette Police Department officer, who was responding to an incident and was the victim of a hit and run. And please keep Marcus and Rosalind, his parents, in your prayers, and his family, and all of our officers as they're out there protecting us. So if you could, just please join me real quick. Thank you. So always honored to serve with you. That's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to the executive session. Jeremy, please read.
Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government versus Bendel Partnership et al., 15th JDC, Lafayette Parish, docket number 202-16273, Division B, 3rd Circuit Court of Appeal, docket number 22-00432CA.
All right, I need to ask legal a question. Legal, why do we need to do this?
Madam Chair, this matter involves pending litigation in which LCG is a party, and because of the nature of the claims and defenses asserted in that litigation, it's my opinion that discussion of litigation in open session will have a detrimental effect on the litigation or the bargaining position of LCG. For that reason, it's my opinion that an executive session is permissible and appropriate for discussion, and I recommend that council go into executive session for that purpose.
Thank you very much. I have a motion from Mr. Nakka and a second from Ms. Abear. Ms. Williams, are there any public comments on this?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's call for the vote to enter into executive session.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. Motion to enter executive session is approved.
How did I get a no vote out of that? get somebody else for the motion in a second. I just do that. I don't do that. I just to return from it. I don't need any.
Correct. And then you just go right into your
Yeah.
Well, that didn't take much time.
No. All right, I have a motion in a second here, so I'm going to go ahead and return us back from our executive session, which we're here anyway. I need a motion and a second to return from executive session. I have a motion from Ms. Hebert, a second from Mr. Nakhan. Any public comments? Ms. Williams? Let's call for the vote to return from executive session.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Motion to return from executive session is approved.
All right, let's move on to resolutions. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Jeremy, please read.
City Resolution 24, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council considering and approving the application for restoration tax abatement submitted by Jefferson Street Market LLC for participation in the State of Louisiana Restoration Tax Abatement Program, 538 Jefferson Street.
I need a motion and a second. I have a motion from Ms. Hebert, a second from Mr. Nakhan. Mr. Nakhan, you have the floor.
Just one quick question. What does Proficient do? What is their line of business?
Is there some,
They're like a little grocery store downtown.
Okay. All right.
Is there
Thank you.
someone here? No, it's
They-
IT.
They're taking over the Jefferson Street Market. They can continue with the same
Yes.
business? Is
Yes,
that what it is?
thank you. Yeah, I thought you were asking about Jefferson Street Market.
No.
What it was, is,
I know what
Yeah,
Jefferson
no,
Market
it's
is.
it's an IT.
it's IT.
The IT, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Their name sounded like they would be. Okay, thank you very much.
All
That's all I
right.
needed.
Any public comments, Ms. Williams?
No, ma'am.
Let's call for the vote.
District 2?
2. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? District 1? Motion to adopt is approved. City Resolution 25, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of a grant application with the State Park Project for the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Department.
I have a motion from Mr. Nakhan, a second from Mr. Lewis. Sidra, I have a question about this. Let me see. Let me get your mic. This is basically a grant that's going to help with the skate park? Is that what I'm reading?
Well, this is a grant that if we are awarded, that we could probably expand upon the current design of the skate park. So thanks to you all, I think we have $250,000 already approved. No,
I think
500
we have
maybe already approved?
$500,000 already approved, yeah.
Yeah, already approved, and so this could enhance the additional features at the park.
There's even more fees for it? I thought that was going to cover the park.
It is.
$500,000.
I said it would enhance additional
Oh, okay.
features.
So basically, if we came in with what amount is the grant are we looking at? Do we even know? What are we applying for? How much?
I don't think that it was spelled out in the resolution. I'm not certain.
So I'm thinking maybe if it's a lot, we could put it toward the skate park, and maybe some of that money from that we have allocated to the skate park could be used for the pickleball courts.
How did I know you were going to go there?
I was just curious how much
so
it
I don't
says-
know, but
I don't know if it was specifically for the skate park.
I believe it was specific.
Okay.
This particular grant was specifically for the skate park.
Okay, all right. Look, I'm all about the grant. I'm just curious with the amount.
We keep going.
Okay.
We keep trying on the pickleball.
We
though.
still keep trying. All right. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other discussion from the council. Ms. Williams, any public comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's call for the vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Resolution 26, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of an application with the Louisiana Office of Skate Parks for an outdoor recreation legacy partnership grant for the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Department.
I need a motion, a second. Ms. Hebert, a second from Mr. Lazard. And council discussion. I'm just going to say, it looks like more money's coming in for maybe more pickleball. It looks good, so.
It says outdoor play areas, what
Yeah,
is
well,
what this is. So pickleball could be.
Outdoor play area. I'm thinking I could fit it in that box. All right, Mr. Nakhan. Oh, I'm sorry.
This grant
I
does
think I
require
just-
a one-to-one match.
Correct.
to get it done. Yeah. So there will be money out of LCG's pocket with this grant, if we get it.
let me ask you, will that come, like the grants that we're talking about with LUS Fiber, will this grant, if we're applying for it, if we get awarded it, you'll have to come back to us again, apparently?
If it's a new funding source, if it's not money that we already have planned and approved in the
Okay.
budget, then we would certainly have to come back to you. But I'm guessing that this is already, we're planning on applying the match on money that's already budgeted.
For some of the projects?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right, Mr. Lazard.
I was going to ask the same question. Can you kind of, when you say money that we may have already approved, can you clarify that? I'm sorry, can you say money
That's already in the budget, appropriated money already in the budget?
appropriated specifically for?
You're just talking about any of our, probably of our park
Play
projects?
Right, this one specifically says for play areas. So in this example, outdoor play areas. So if we already have money appropriated for a playground.
Outdoor recreation?
It says outdoor play areas. Sorry? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious as to what source of funds are we referencing that we would
Park
tap?
funds.
I understand that, but even park funds are allocated for
Capital
specific
funds.
purposes.
Park capital funds?
We have some park funds already allocated to playground equipment?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
probably what you're referring
So it'd
to.
be pulled from that?
It would be pulled from that.
Presumably, I really didn't get into the weeds with Mr. Conway on this because I didn't know that there would be this much discussion, but it is a match requirement of 1-to-1, and that's what it says, and if we have to allocate additional funding, we would come before you to request that, and as Lori reminded me, if we are successful in receiving the grant, we'll come back before you to recognize the revenues as well.
Okay, well, that was my first question. Thank you.
Yeah, can we just get an answer to that question as to?
Can you clarify the question for me?
The question is the specific source of the funding that would be used for the match. Okay?
Okey doke.
And probably when you come back to recognize the funds, we can discuss where that money's coming from for the match.
Same thing.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I don't see any other discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 4? District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Resolution 27, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of a grant application with the MLBPA Youth Development Foundation for the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Department.
I have a motion from Mr. Nakane, a second from Ms. Abear. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Resolution 28, 2022, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of an application with the Quadratic Cares Energize the Environment Grant Program for the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Culture Department.
I have a motion from Mr. Nakane, a second from Ms. Abear. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved.
All right, ordinances for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply.
City Ordinance 119, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number ZON 2022-25, 1401 North St. Antoine Street rezoning located generally north of West Willow Street, east of North St. Antoine Street, and south of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, the particular parcel being rezoned from residential mixed to commercial mixed.
I have a motion for Mr. Lewis, a second for Mr. Nakane. I'm not seeing any any council discussion, any public comments. Let's call for the vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Yes. Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 120, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number ZON 2022-26 325 West Pinhook Road rezoning located generally north of East University Avenue, east of West Pinhook Road, and south of General Mouton Avenue, the particular parcel being rezoned from industrial heavy to commercial heavy.
I have a motion from Ms. Abear. I have a second from Mr. Lazard. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 121, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council approving a conditional use permit to allow self-service storage facility in a commercial mixed zoning district, case number ZON 2022-27, 1100 Block Rue de Bellier, conditional use permit located generally north of Bianca Lane, west of Rue de Bellier, and south of Nazita Lane.
I have a motion for Mr. Nakhan, a second for Mr. Lazard. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 122, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number ZON 2022-28, 117 Liberty Avenue rezoning located generally north of Patriot Avenue, east of Liberty Avenue, and south of Saloon Road, the particular parcel being rezoned from commercial heavy to mixed-use neighborhood.
I need a motion and a second. I have a motion for Mr. Nakhan, a second for Ms. Abear. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 123, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number ZON 2022-29, 105, 107, 117, and 119 Morton Street, 221 North Pierce Street, 203 Angela Street, 206 and 207 Ann Street, and 201, 203, and 205 North Washington Street administrative rezoning located generally north of Patton Street, east of North Bienville Street, and south of Eleanor Street, the particular parcels being rezoned from industrial light to residential mixed, 105, 107, 117, 119 Martin Street, from industrial light to mixed-use neighborhood, 221 North Pierce Street, and commercial heavy to residential single-family, 203 Angela Street, 206 and 207 Ann Street, and 201, 203, and 205 North Washington Street.
Shoo. All right. Yeah, I need a motion and a second. I have a motion from Mr. Nakhan, a second from Mr. Lewis. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 124, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $19,372 received from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and appropriating within the Lafayette Police Department.
I have a motion for Mr. Nakhan. He's on top of it. All right. I need a second from Ms. Abear. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments?
With one speaker, Stephanie Touchette.
And the FBI there are a lot of problems. A lot of Republicans, not even Republicans, a lot of people, patriots altogether are calling for the abolishment of the FBI because they are terrible. They're weaponized. They have false flag attacks, Oklahoma City bombing, on and on. They raid people unconstitutionally, and they cause all kinds of trouble. They cover up crimes. They are covering up the Biden crime family, the pedophilia, Hunter Biden's laptop, all that's not coming out, and they're supposed to hand over that information. They never investigate the criminals like Hillary Clinton, they just weaponize, and they cause all these terrible things, like Waco, they burned up all those people in Waco under Janet Reno, and so they're very dangerous, and we don't need them. Our police here, we pay for our local police. We don't want to take any money from them or anything to do with them because they're globalists and they're bought and paid for, and they're not good people. And there are some whistleblowers that are coming forward in the FBI, some good people that are starting to blow the whistle and talk about the corruptness and the danger we're in because of the FBI. This country, they're a danger to our country, and they've proven to be so. And so a lot of people are calling and hoping that the whole FBI is along with all these other federal agencies, because we don't need all these federal agencies. We have each other. We vote for you. We have our wonderful police. We as taxpayers, we pay for our beautiful police. And I don't want to take any blood money or any criminal money from these criminal organizations that have proved to be like that. I mean, our beautiful police, we should cherish them and not even mar them with that kind of dirty business that goes on with the FBI and all these federal agencies. Thank you.
No other speakers. That's it? Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Yes. Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 125, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating and capital budgets of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government, recognizing revenues in the amount of $12,400,000 received from the Federal Highway Administration, approving the use of existing funds in the amount of $3.5 million for the required local match, appropriating within the Traffic, Roads, and Bridges Department, Traffic Engineering Division, authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute contracts with the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development and FHWA for the University Avenue Corridor Phase 1 project and declaring the project a public necessity, authorizing the acquisition of the necessary rights-of-way, immovable property, and other property rights requisite to the construction of said project, either on an amicable basis or through the use of the expropriation process, if necessary.
I have a motion for Mr. for Mr. Nakhan, a second for Ms. Abear. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? I'm not seeing any questions. It looks like we're good. All right, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 126, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute the agreement regarding fire hydrant installation with the Lafayette Parish Waterworks District North.
I need a motion and a second. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion for Mr. Lewis, a second for Mr. Nakhan. He don't want to be first all the time. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 127, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute the Amendment Number 2 to the Electric Service Agreement by and between the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and Stellar Incorporated.
I have a motion for Mr. Lazard, a second for Mr. Nakhan. Again, not seeing any, just kidding. Mr. Nakhan, you have the floor.
Yes, this agreement originally was through 2020, then through 2021. And we extended it through 2022. Now we're extending it through 2023, the end of July 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And during this interim period, we'll be negotiating what that new electric service agreement will be with Stellar.
Okay, so basically it doesn't change anything, just gets it another year.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other council discussion. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 128, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute the Amendment Number 4 to the Wholesale Water Agreement between Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the City of Broussard, Louisiana.
I need a motion and a second. I have a motion from Mr. Lazard, a second from Ms. Abear. Any council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Any public comments? Let's call for the vote.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 129, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government for the fiscal year beginning November 1st, 2021 and ending October 31st, 2022, related to the implementation and administration of funds in account 10101707670-0 titled Expropriation App Cajun Dome.
I have a motion from Mr. Nakhan, second from Ms. Abear. I'm not seeing any, yes, I am. Mr. Nakhan.
Yeah, I understand that there's been some discussion with the administration in regards to this amendment, and they would like to, I understand, try to deal with the Cajun Dome in returning these funds somehow. Ms. Wingcutter, do you have anything you could add to that as far as what's been going on regarding this ordinance?
Yes, so we have been working with LCVC and with the Cajun Dome to help to attract future events to the Cajun Dome. As part of the budget that was adopted, I guess about this time last year, that budget did designate that the $500,000 operating subsidy for the Cajun Dome would funnel through LCVC with the mayor-president authorization to help to attract additional events. We have been pretty successful in making that happen, thanks to Ben and his staff and Pam and her staff. And we have an additional $100,000 committed towards the LAGCO event, which I know we're all very excited that LAGCO is back. And there's an additional $30,000 that has been committed to the TBEX. It's a pretty large blog convention, and Ben has all of the significant ROI on that particular convention. So we would ask that we be able to honor those commitments to those two events that are committed to the Cajun Dome, and that we consider perhaps even deferring for one meeting or maybe two meetings, the final adoption of this ordinance, so that we can actually just go ahead and wrap up on the back end what the budget ordinance already says, where we can go ahead and take care of the commitments to LAGCO and TBEX and go ahead and turn over the balance of the subsidy to the Cajun Dome for their operating subsidy.
Could I ask Ms. DeVille to come forward if she's here? She's
It's
here?
your meeting. You can do whatever you like.
Well, thank you.
Good evening.
And you are?
Pam DeVille, the
That's for the
director.
record.
Yes, yes.
This discussion they're talking about, we had other discussions, you and I and Ms. Abear and yourself, regarding these funds. Now, obviously, we're talking about returning a little over north of $160,000 to the Cajun Dome.
That's correct.
Once everything is said and done, but I understand that there's more like $290,000 available in your funds right now, or am I incorrect in saying that? And what do you have left in your funds?
In my funds?
Well, the funds that they basically run through LCVC. Let's put it that way.
So right now, there are two events that are still going to be waiting to be funded. TBEX, 45 from LCVC, 50,000 from the city, and then LAGCO, 50,000 from LCVC and 100,000 from the city. I'm not going to argue on the merits of those events. They're absolutely great events, and we all want them to be successful because it'd be very good for the community. In going through this process, since we put this amendment up, I have not had a conversation with Ben. I was hoping he might call. I didn't want to initiate anything to look like I was bullying.
Right.
And obviously, I've had several meetings with the mayor over the year, trying to state our case on why Ben and I have two separate agendas. Ben is visitor conferences and a good bit of sports. I'm entertainment. So, but both of them are important for the community. The Cajun Dome is 37 years old, and fortunately, we've been able to do this with limited funds. $500,000 doesn't sound like a lot to people who are dealing with millions of dollars, but it's very important to us. But having said all of that, I would agree that the city should give the Cajun Dome $100,000 for LACO and $50,000 for the T-Backs, and let Ben use his funds, which he's already budgeted and are committed to those events, in the manner that he sees necessary. I need to be assured that that money will run through us. I'm hoping that the mayor's intention with that money was to fund So if the commitment's made to us, those funds from the city are coming to us for those events directly, and that those funds will be used to cover the expenses of the event, then we have no problem with that, none whatsoever.
So basically, these commitments are made through LCBC and the administration, is what we're
Yes,
saying.
sir. Yes, sir.
So the burden could fall on y'all to to make up any shortfalls, whatever they need. Is that what's going on at this point?
Possibly, but if not, I can't predict. I do not know. This event started out, I'll use LACO as an example. They were going to, and we supported them, they were going to use both buildings like they have in the past. And I guess about 3 weeks ago, they came to us and said, no, we're only going to focus on the convention center. So I don't think it's going to be quite as expensive as we anticipated. And I feel like the $100,000, based on what they've done in the past, will more than cover. The event itself, in the past, we get $30,000 from the city in 15 and 17. And then I think the city worked up on transportation and police coverage. So however it works out, we're willing to work with everyone. But I just want to know that commitment-wise, the Cajun Dome will get at least $100,000 for LACO, and we'll get the other $50,000 that the city has for T-Backs. After that, Ben's free to use his money any way he sees fit.
And in the meantime, you lost the use of the Cajun Dome for that weekend, which
We lost two family shows and a concert.
Okay.
But you know what? We've been blessed. We've had a lot of events this year.
You've had a good year.
Yes, this has been a fantastic year for entertainment.
Had a good year. You know?
Yes, I will not complain.
No. I mean, you brought some fantastic acts in. There's been a lot of good things going on.
And we have a lot more coming up.
Yes, I see the schedule. It looks wonderful. I'd like to go ahead and just shut off and let other people speak at this time, and I may want to come back. We'll see.
All right, Mayor?
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Pam, I love you, and I just appreciate all that, all that you do, and you and your staff. And it's been a hard couple of years. We've been in the battle together, and, you taught me a lot, for sure. I know I've learned a lot, and I think our staff has too, our administration and council probably too. And some of these guys have been serving longer than I have, so they have a really good understanding, and we're all better for that, so thank y'all. So the intent behind the orders, I appreciate the council support in this. Last year when we tweaked it a little bit. The intent has always been just to give an oversight, make sure there's return on investment for every dollar that we spend. 21-22 budget, in my opinion, maybe everybody, I know I was a lot more sensitive because of the 19-20 budget that we had to amend, and then the 20-21 budget we had to amend. Especially with the forecast with COVID, and then it turns out, thank God, by the grace of God, our economy was still rocking and rolling, so we were in a better position. But it made us re-examine every single line item. So it was a healthy exercise. The intent is never to punish the Cajun Dome. We're blessed to have them. We're blessed to have you and your staff. I mean that. I just don't like giving blank checks. So we had to do something different for accountability. LCVC's mission overlaps with the Cajun Dome. That was a good clarifying point that you made earlier. But it was also a very good point on the venues that you lost based off of LACO's decision. I think we should always take that in accountability. What this ordinance does, though, the way that we worded it, and the council approved it, is it does give us that flexibility. Like, I think we should reexamine what is appropriated to LACO if the game changed. Now, it doesn't change our support for LACO. It doesn't change the Cajun Dome support for LACO. But it never, and I read the ordinance a little different than what has been said. It never was, that the ordinance says specifically $500,000 to be distributed, I'm paraphrasing, to be distributed as agreed to by LCVC and the administration, because we literally have to write the check. CFO does her checks and balances and distributes. How it's given, if it's directly to the Cajun Dome, that doesn't bother me. I've never been a stickler on that. But I do like the oversight. I believe that we have a little bit more accountability to the taxpayers when we have this. That being said, I also read the ordinance, if the council's inclined to honor the commitments, and then that balance of whatever it came up to be, 167, per that ordinance, we can authorize sending a check directly to the Cajun Dome this week if we need to. That's my appreciation. I'd like legal to opine on that because that's my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'll defer to the council on your intent with this, but I just want to clarify our intent, which is purely checks and balances, return on investment, but also that I love working with you guys, and y'all have always gone to bat for the city well before I was in office, so thank you for all that you do.
With all due respect, I would remind you that the city and your office have 3 members on our commission of the 5, and I think those commission members are the people who've been doing an excellent job of oversight. Monica is our assistant director. She's been our finance director for many years. We're a good team, and we've got a good commission, and we got plenty of people watching us. We're audited every year. Anyone that wants to come look at our books, they're always open. We are not hiding anything. And when you make decisions that we're not a party to with the best of intentions, I understand the support that you want for those. But if you don't really understand our business and what's required in terms of timelines and commitments, then unintentionally you're hurting our business. And Mr. Mayor, that's what you did this year. So I'm standing here in front of you guys. My position is this is like watching somebody go to the police department and saying, you know what, you guys are so good at your job. Why don't y'all take over the fire department's budget and show them how to spend their money? Ben knows what he's doing. Ben's got his job down pat. He's got an excellent commission also. And what he's done for our building has meant the world to the convention center. But trying to get us to combine those purposes takes his eye off the ball and mine too when we're trying to juggle each other's needs and wants. I would suggest that the tires are rolling on the bus. You don't need to take them off.
Well, we respectfully disagree. I think there's a lot of waste in your budget.
Yes, sir, I agree with you.
All right. Can I click you off?
Sorry.
Sorry. Ms. Abear.
Thank you. So just giving a little historical perspective to those on the council who may not know, or those watching at home, is that historically the city councils have budgeted $500,000 for the Cajun Dome to utilize for various things, operations, to help with incentives, things like that. The Cajun Dome for 37 years has been able to do what they see fit with that money. Again, Pam mentioned the auditing, everything. There's never been in the 37 years that I'm aware of being audited and something's found wrong, something's a little fishy, we need some additional oversight over you. Fast forward to last year's budget. I noticed that in our budget ordinance, I did see that there was a sudden change to have LCVC and the mayor have to approve any kind of funding that the Cajun Dome would spend. I thought to myself, well, great, yeah, they can all work together. Pam's always worked with Ben's team. They've always historically worked well together. Not a problem. I think that's great. Why not? We can really join forces here. Well, so I supported it flat out. Great, let's do it. But then fast forward, Pam's come to me saying, Liz, I'm trying to get money to bring this big concert. I have to work to incentivize to compete against Houston, compete against New Orleans, compete against Baton Rouge. I can't get my money. I need my $500,000, especially after she was shut down for COVID. She couldn't have events for COVID. So now she's trying to get back out there and ramp up, right? But she can't get her money. So and I'm not going to argue the credibility of these events taking place like LACO, which is incredible, and all the others. But is that what historically the Cajun Dome has said, that's what we're going to use our $500,000 subsidy for? Is that what we need in order, in our 47 years of knowledge here, know what sells, know what we need in order to drive people into Lafayette to come shop at our stores, stop for gas, stay at our hotels? I don't know if that's what you picked, but historically, the Cajun Dome's never used their $500,000 subsidy for that. And I believe that Pam and her team have been here long enough that they sure the best people to decide how to use their subsidy. And unless there's something that I'm aware of that the administration has found out that they've been misusing their funds and need extreme oversight on how, for Pam, who's been there for 37 years, needs to do her job, then by all means share it with me. But I have not heard of that. I have not seen that. So what I'm simply asking here, and should we, if we make commitments to people to give them money, should we pay it? Absolutely. You are nothing if you are not your word, right? Is that whoever made these commitments to those organizations, they need to be responsible for paying that money. I don't believe, Pam, that you were in these meetings saying, absolutely, I'm happy to give you my $500,000, were you?
No.
So if Pam was not the one saying, yes, I feel the best use of this money is these dollars, then by all means, let's do it. But if monies from Cajun Dome's budget were promised when Cajun Dome wasn't in the meeting, I feel like that's a little unfair, no? Now, it would be a different story if Pam was there saying, absolutely, best use of funds, here's how we can collaborate, or if that money was guaranteed to be spent for room rental or expenses for utilities or expenses for staffing that it takes to run those buildings for those events, then that's a different story. But again, Pam needs to have a seat at the table to help make that discussion, right? Because then maybe there's collaboration with the city, and then Ben's be able to offer this. But that's not happening. That has not happened this year. So that's why Councilman Nakhan and I brought this. When Pam reached out to me and said, I'm having some issues getting my $500,000 to try and bring concerts and events here, I stepped in and said, well, let me see what I can do to help. I know LCG well, and I know the Cajun Dome well, so let's see how we can make this work together. And it's still not happening, so that's why it's come to this point. So I'm asking you all to please support this evening, and let's move forward so Cajun Dome can spend their money to bring some great events to us. Thank you.
Mr. Lazard.
Let me begin by saying that I will be first to admit when I make a mistake. And this totally got by me last year. If I voted for it, it was obviously a mistake. And I'll be the first to admit when I make a mistake. Mayor, the statement about not liking to write a blank check, I think that's a gross mischaracterization, considering all the oversight there is over the Cajun Dome's, supplement or whatever it's called. My opinion is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And apparently it's been working pretty well for however many years. And to make this decision or without Pam and her staff having a seat at the table and being a part of the discussion, I think is grossly unfair. So I certainly support this ordinance for those reasons.
Mr. Mayor?
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if you amend it, as I appreciate what Councilman Nakhan had mentioned, which would be to honor the commitments and then turn over the balance the Cajun Dome as the ordinance is written right now, and then as amended, we will do that ASAP, okay? Because I will respect your wishes. So I don't know if I missed that or not. Okay, so doing something different means you do something different. I agree with what Councilwoman Lazar, yes, congratulations. Councilwoman Hebert mentioned, and Pam and Cajun Dome absolutely should have a seat at the table. Literally, my role in this is to try to listen to experts. We facilitate the payments, we enforce the law as is written and approved by the legislative branch, so appreciate that. We also do our job and our duty to propose budgets and exercise vetoes when we feel it's appropriate, and you guys override it when you feel like it's appropriate. Respect the process. I think this is a healthy discussion. I like what Councilwoman Hebert mentioned when she led off with collaboration, because there is overlap. You're an expert in your field, LCVC's expert in their field. There's a ton of oversight, as Councilman Lazard said. We all love each other. We all love that, okay? So I think, we need to address this. I think we're on the right path. Just tweak the process. We need to ensure that Cajun Dome has a seat at the table. That's always been the intent, but you were there for the LATCO discussions. You may have forgotten.
I was there, but nobody asked my opinion.
Okay, Pam, you've never been shy on giving your opinion, so I don't know where that came from.
I don't
but
either.
I love you. So I think that we can get very close, if not achieve the intent of what Councilwoman Neighbor said, so I support that.
All right, Mr. Nakin, are you?
Yeah, I keep forgetting, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sorry.
Just a couple of quick questions. Mr. Ville, the Cajun Dome, is it booked through the end of this fiscal year, through the end of October? You're full up on your dates.
Oh, we're very full.
Okay.
Yes, and we've already got events for next year.
Good.
Booked.
And that's excellent.
Thank you.
The details in that, what would be left over after these commitments are honored is $167,000 approximately, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I understand. Is that correct? Right, and once the two commitments are honored, there's $167,000 left over in their budget that should be returned to them. Is that correct? Okay. Ms. DeVille, that $167,000 being returned to you, is that going to make a shortfall for you throughout the end of the year?
Yes, sir. That will help very much.
Help, but I mean, will it fund what you need till the end of the year, this fiscal year?
I've had to go back on some of my commitments this year and make commitments for next year in hopes that I would be able to achieve this. So.
Well, you're going to get the $500,000 next year plus the $100,000 other subsidy, so you're going to get that in your control next year as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I'd like to say, let's move forward with this then, this ordinance, and give them back their due, and honor the commitments we have then. I think that everybody will be satisfied with that?
Yes.
That'll work for us.
Okay, and then I'd like to move forward and call for the question. Let's get this done.
All right, I'm not seeing any more council discussion. Ms. Williams, I believe there's probably a couple of public comments.
First speaker, our only speaker is Ben Berthelot.
Good evening, council members. Ben Berthelot, President and CEO, Lafayette Convention and Visitors Commission. My reason for being here is to say that we would support an amendment that's being proposed. So I won't speak long, but since my name has been dropped a few times, I just wanted to say a few things. And I know there are a lot of moving parts to this discussion that have overlapped into budget hearings as well, in that the mayor's approach to the subsidy this year is aggressive and unconventional. And we have been sort of in the middle of that, but we have done exactly what we have been asked to do as was approved in your LCG budget. And I can tell you that it has worked very, very well with the hosting of events at the Cajun Dome to the benefit of the Cajun Dome and the benefit of the economy that would have never happened. Around $11.5 million in economic impact for events such as the LHSAA Basketball State Championships, the LHSAA State Volleyball Championships, the triumphant return of LATCO, T-Bex, the 57 Seconds movie filming with Morgan Freeman. All done on a very short timeline beginning after the approval of your current LCG budget. Certainly very proud of our team and the work that they have done, and proud to partner with the Mayor President, with the Cajun Dome, and with all of you to provide value and economic betterment to our community. Specifically to the ordinance, we support the amendment, as was mentioned, the commitment to LAGCO. LAGCO's built the Cajun Dome in 2017, which was a down year. It was around $248,000. And so that's where this number was not made up just out of thin air. It was an attempt to get LAGCO back home to where they deserve to be and we wanted them to be. So we support the amendment as proposed to return the remainder of the fund balance to the Cajun Dome. I think that was always the intent of this specific subsidy, was that the remainder would be returned to the Cajun Dome. I've been in several meetings where that has been the case. So we support the amendment to honor the commitments that have been made to LAGCO and TBEX for an additional $150,000. Thank you.
Ms. Aber.
I had a quick question, and thank you, Ben, for being here tonight. I know you've been traveling a lot for work, so thank you for being here. Is the monies that we're talking about that were dedicated, and I guess I don't know if it's mayor that can answer, it's administration. Ben, you may have to run up, I'm sorry. Is the monies that were promised to these entities for incentives, will it be paid to the Cajun Dome for the room rental, or what was promised? Because I wasn't part of that conversation. Or Ben, yeah. Making you get in your steps tonight.
I need them. To your question, so all of these subsidy funds have been paid directly to the Cajun Dome. We have never received a dime, except for being repaid after we front the money to the Cajun Dome. So as an example, in LAGCO's case, the money proposed $100,000 from the city, $50,000 from us. That would be used to offset their costs at the Cajun Dome and would be to the benefit of the Cajun Dome having LAGCO back direct dollars to the Cajun Dome.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's going towards room rental, because I know incentives can be anything, so.
Room rental, the, the food costs, anything, any expense at the Cajun Dome.
Okay, so all of those events are all going for those purposes?
Correct.
Okay, perfect, you clarified my question, thank you.
100%.
All right, next speaker. No other speakers, all right. Okay, CFO, you popped up there, let's see.
I just would like to rehear the amendment, so I can make, since I'm the one who's got to write the check, I want to make sure that.
There is no amendment on the floor.
That's what,
Okay.
yeah, there is no amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't think I heard one, but yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure
We
where that.
referred to one, so.
He did, yeah,
It was
he did refer
referred
to one, but
to,
there was no amendment was
motion.
made.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Nakam.
But at this point, those two commitments are funded, correct? Ms. Toops, is that
They're
correct?
promised, they're not funded.
I don't know if we need a legal opinion, but.
Right.
It's giving the CFO the authorization to transfer the remaining budgeted balance in this account. It lists in parentheses a date and an amount, which was some time ago. I would take the budgeted balance in the account tomorrow morning. I would subtract the commitments that LCVC and the mayor president has informed me about, and I would write the check for the balance.
And again, I'll defer to legal, but I think that would require an amendment to this. But I would go a little further and just say, my appreciation of the ordinance as it's written is with the joint letter of LCVC and my office authorizing the CFO, we can achieve that tomorrow. So the ordinance would be moot. That would be my take on it, but I'll defer to legal.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know, it'll go down quicker.
So, Mayor President, I want to make sure I answer your questions. I heard two, and I want, the first being if they want to accomplish the transfer and account for the prior commitments, an amendment would be required based on the current written ordinance, and you are correct. That would have to be amended. I didn't quite catch your second question on if the amendment is, let's say the ordinance is deferred
Right.
to the next meeting, that currently under the current fiscal budget and the qualification K that exists, your office could process the remaining balance with identifiers as to what amount goes to the commitments and the remaining balance goes to, through LCVC to the Cajun Dome Commission. That is correct.
Yeah, so the ordinance would be moot. I would I mean, whatever route you want to go, I'm going to authorize the payment tomorrow as soon as I get a letter from LCVC supporting that, which we're all saying the same thing. And the ordinance would be moot, so I'd either veto it or just defer it. But I'm agreeing with you. I hear the council's intent. I support that intent, supported it before tonight. I think LCVC supports it. I know the Cajun Dome supports it. So we're all agreeing here. It's just we want to make sure procedurally we get it right.
Okay.
So the important thing then, Mr. Escott, is to make sure that our commitments are funded. As it's written, that's not necessarily guaranteed because all the funds that are in there now will go directly back to the Cajun Dome, and if they decide not to write the check, we'd have a problem. I don't think that'd be a problem. I'm sure Mr. Bill's going to honor those commitments. Am I correct in saying that?
She's already indicated that, yes.
So that's already in there. Let's just move forward.
Let's go ahead and, yeah. All right, I'm not seeing any other discussion from the council either. So let's go ahead and call for the vote.
I'm going to call them out.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved.
It can't add up.
City Ordinance 130, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of an application to the State Water Sector Program for $10 million in grant funding for sewerage projects included in the capital improvements budget with commitments to provide 25% to 76% in local match.
All right, I need a motion and a second. I have a motion from Ms. Abear, a second from Mr. Nakhan. LUS has requested an amendment to add Acacia Lift Station backup power to the priority list. I need a motion and a second to amend. I have a motion from Ms. Abear. She's waving up there. A second from Mr. Lazard. Any council discussion on the amendment? I'm not seeing any, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, not on the amendment, on both the amendment and the ordinance, so I'll just...
You can speak to it
Well,
now.
I'll just wait until Jeff comes up and explains it. I had some questions, so.
Okay, well, you want Jeff to come on up? Come on up, Jeff. Thank you. Help us out with this one.
Jeff Stewart, LUS Director. The amendment itself, we had 3 projects identified. We wanted to add a 4th one. The reason why it was not included originally on our submittal, we had to do some field verification to make sure the lift station could actually house a generator, backup generator on site. That's really what it took. It took us a little bit more field work, field verification, and so we're asking to be included. And so that's what the amendment is. I can speak on the ordinance, or if you want to wait. On the ordinance itself, it's similar to the process we undertook last year. We go to the state water sector program to request matching funds for a number of projects on our sewer and water systems. And so we have the list of the 4 projects that we provided, up to a $10 million request. It just authorizes us to proceed and request that funding, just like we did last year when we were awarded about $9.5 million in funding.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lazard.
Can you just kind of, is there a local match on these?
There is a local match.
26 to 76%. Can you give?
We're going, the way the scoring system works with the state, at least through our experience, the more match you put, the higher your score gets and the better chance you have of getting that match. We're going to submit a 76% match locally. It's already included in our capital budget currently or in the upcoming capital budgets. Okay. We're going to commit to 76%, state would fund 24%, and we believe that will get us in a position where we get funding made available for these projects.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Jeff, how often do you guys go to the state and ask for these funding?
This is the second year. We've done it the second year available, that it's been made available to us. This is, it comes from the federal government, ultimately, the State Department I think it's Department of Health? or environmental quality, one of the two, I forget offhand, but we are going to that State Department to request the funding, and then they score it. There's a committee that scores it. This is the second year in a row. Other avenues were taken outside of this process. We are, seeking federal funding for a number of projects as well.
And what is the qualification, or why do you guys act for any particular areas? I just want to understand the process.
The criteria is limited to water and sewer. Either upgrades on the system, consolidation of systems. That's what we're focused on in the project submittals, water and sewer projects, based on our permits with the state of Louisiana.
And it's basically only in the city of Lafayette, correct? Or
It's based on our system, what's included in the permit, which would be the pipes in the ground for water and sewer and all the facilities connected.
so there's a possibility maybe outside the city, or might be in unincorporated areas or another municipality?
We would not encroach on another municipality. They would have to do that on their own. Other municipalities have done it, and they've been awarded funding. We would strictly stick to the LUS operated system for these requests. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Jeff, I'm not seeing any other questions here. Any other council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Any public comments on the amendment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's call for a vote to amend.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
Motion to amend is approved.
All right, any council discussion on the ordinance as amended? I'm not seeing any. Any public comments on the ordinance as amended?
Stephanie Touchette?
Hi, great council, and Stephanie Skinner Touchette, a concerned Acadianian. I heard that sewage, some states in this country, what they're doing is they're taking the sewage, the human waste, and what they do, there's a famous movie out there called Biosludge, and it was produced by a famous scientist. And what these states do is they take that sewage and they put it on our farmland as fertilizer and compost. And so I'm sure that's not happening here, but I want to make sure it's not happening here. And then also, states are doing this. It's very hard to believe that they're doing this in their country, but they do it to cut corners, save money, or they're sick. And what they're doing with some people, cadavers, is they use lye, and they turn them into like flesh goo, and they put that in the sewer. And so we have serious, terrible things going on in this country. So I'm just here to tell Acadiana about it and to tell y'all about it so we can protect the people here, because that kind of stuff goes on, unfortunately.
Thank you.
No other speakers.
All right, let's call for a vote from the council to adopt the ordinance.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
Motion to adopt as amended is approved.
All right, joint ordinances for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Jeremy, please read.
Joint Ordinance 59, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to amend the intergovernmental agreement between the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the Acadiana Planning Commission to extend the agreement with respect to the use of a portion of the Rosa Parks Transportation Center.
I need a motion and a second. I have a motion for Mr. Lazard, a second for Mr. Lewis. I'm not seeing any council discussion, any public comments. Let's call for the vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved. Joint Ordinance 60, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget and adjusting manning tables of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of prior year Fund 101 fund balance by $1,667 and increasing the use of prior year Fund 105 fund balance by $617 to implement an increase in the salary of the elected judges of the City Court of Lafayette, Louisiana to correspond with a statewide judicial salary increase.
I have a motion for Mr. Nakka, a second for Mr. Lazard. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comments?
Judge Doug Saloon? He'll pass.
All right.
No other speakers.
Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Motion to adopt is approved.
All right, moving on to the next thing, appeals. Jeremy, please read.
Appeal of City Planning Commission action by owner applicant Steiner Lofts Project 2022-27-PC preliminary plat denial.
All right, welcome, Neil. You want to open up this party for us? Let's see, you're right here at the table.
Laptop going.
Okay.
My help pad out too.
Need some background music. Maybe while waiting, does Jacob want to come up and speak, or whoever? Let's do that. Or the appellate, whoever officially that is. So it's ready?
We're also up and running now. Yep.
Okay. You can
All right.
come on up. I don't, you can just wait. He'll go ahead and start, and you'll be up next.
All right, I'm Neil LaBeouf. I'm the Development Manager, Community Development and Planning. Tonight, we have an appeal before us. It is, to give you, it's called Steiner Lofts, but it is along Steiner Road, off of Saloon. It's a 26-unit townhome complex that is proposed. Kind of give you a layout of the plat. You can see how they have spread these townhomes out over the parcel that they're looking to develop. All right. The zoning here is RM1, which does allow this type of development. It also meets and falls within the density requirements for here. It turns out that it is exactly 26 units that is allowed at this complex, and so you know, they're within their density requirements. If you have any questions,
You're ready, huh?
Yep.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions from the council at this moment. Would you like to come up and speak as well?
Good evening, I'm Matt Gula. I'm one of the developers for the project. To give you background, we bought this project 8 months ago. We invested a lot of capital, time, and resources over the last 8 months, ensuring that we are in compliance with the LDC. We have already invested nearly $500,000 on the land, development fees, engineers, architectural. We also have been recommended by Planning and Zoning, as they have confirmed. We asked for no variances, no waivers. The vacant site has no neighborhood covenants that would stop something like this. There's a demand for this low-maintenance new construction. We've already been fielding leads on this project. We've completed one about 600 feet away from this that sold before completion. We've got tremendous support from Acadiana Home Builders Association, some of which are here. Locally, even on the national chapter, have supported what we're doing here. It's consistent with the vision of Plan Lafayette, promoting housing diversity and character, compatible infill development. There's townhomes right next to this site. Accommodating a shrinking demand for smaller homes, job creation, and promoting home ownership. As far as the density, like you had said, the requirement is 25 per acre. We fall within that. And we're next to probably one of the most dense subdivisions in Lafayette. We are roughly 70% below the threshold that will require a traffic study of any sort. We're also, as a team, we source capital and materials locally. We have families, staff, subcontractors, vendors that depend on these types of projects getting through. So there'd be plenty of housing opportunities lost if something like this doesn't get passed, jobs lost, particularly jobs from every one of you guys' district. We bootstrap this company locally. We're not a national builder that comes in here with outside capital. We personally guarantee our own loans. We hired a top-notch architect that's already working on some top subdivisions locally here. And as far as drainage goes, there's a drainage impact analysis that would be required by Public Works before we can even get started or break ground. So a lot of due diligence up to this point, and plenty more before we even get a chance to break ground. And like I said, we're here if there's more questions for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any council discussion right now. I need to ask for a motion and a second to introduce this.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the appeal.
I have a motion from Mr. Nakhan. Yes, a motion to grant the appeal. I have a second from Mr. Lazard. All right, so any council discussion on this? Ms. Hebert.
Thank you. Neil, questions, the biggest questions and feedback I'm getting from the residents is about the density, and with the density being the additional traffic that it's going to bring, because you said it was 26 apartments. I originally understood it to be 30. Okay.
It is.
So it is 26.
It is 30, but it comes out to exactly 26 units per acre when we calculate the density.
Now I'm with you. So,
I misspoke, but
no,
it is 30 units.
That's okay. So 30 units, the big concern from the residents that I'm hearing is that, let's say it is one bedroom and one person's living there, that's 30 cars. Let's say it's one bedroom with two people living there, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it may be.
Sure.
That's 60 additional cars on Steiner coming up and down the road of Steiner. Can you share maybe some of the discussions that were had by the commission members?
Sure. One of the conditions is a traffic analysis may be required, but the only what triggers a traffic impact analysis is if you're going to generate 100 trips in an hour, which based off of some of the traffic engineering calculations, we don't think it's going to hit that number. If you want to further go into that, I'd welcome Warren up to talk about some traffic.
Okay, yeah, no, just because the birthday boy's here.
That's right.
Yeah, because that would be the biggest concern. No one had an issue with the quality of work. No one, I mean, there was a couple of people that said drainage, but we've done some incredible things with the drainage analysis, and we strengthened them since 2017 as a council. So for really, it is the traffic right there, especially at that Steiner intersection. Warren, can you shed some light on that for us and some discussions that took place that night?
Warren Abity, Director of Traffic, Roads and Bridges. So typically, single-family residential is one peak hour trip per peak hour. So these are actually less. These are smaller than a typical single-family residential. So we would expect less than 26 trips during the highest peak hour. So 26 trips in a peak hour is a car every 2 minutes. And so it's hard for me to think that small, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean, obviously Steiner is a pretty significant neighborhood collector. It connects West Bayou, has 2 connections to Camellia via Silverstone and Settlers Trace, and then Saloon. So to think that this would have any significant traffic impact from an engineering standpoint, I don't believe so. Now, does it mean that Steiner's not heavy and a lot of people use it to get these by you? Of course they do. But, development appeals are about the developer mitigating their impact, and here I don't see any significant impact.
So there still needs to be a traffic study. What happens if, for whatever reason, fails the traffic study?
So the comment for the traffic study, it's only required if they meet or in excess of 100 trips per peak hour.
And you're not seeing
We're
that?
expecting this one to be less than 30. So they would not, as currently proposed, would not trip the traffic impact study.
Okay.
If there's concerns from the neighbors that they would like us to look as a staff, we would be happy to do that. I'm pretty familiar with the area, but we would be happy to listen if there's other traffic concerns that could be addressed.
Perfect. And then I did see it failed through the board. Do you mind elaborating on that? Because
Sure.
it didn't truly fail, but it...
I was waiting for Warren to finish, and I was going to bring up 2 points. One, that there was no variance or waivers asked for or granted for this, so it came through as conditioned by staff. Secondly, it happened to be on a night that we only had 3 planning commissioners there, which is our bare minimum for quorum. So without an additional member, it failed for a lack of second. It didn't even get to a vote. It was just motion didn't get a second.
So important to know, council members. So, because whenever I heard it failed, I thought, oh, well, they didn't approve it, but then that was explained to me, so that sheds more light on that. So I'll wait to hear more from other council members in public comment.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any other council discussion. Are there any public comments?
Yes, ma'am. They have 4 speakers. The first of which is Matt Goulart, followed by Adrian Fontenot.
All right, Matt, you're good. Matt's good. He's waving.
Okay, he passed. And after Adrian Fontenot is Bill LeBlanc.
Good evening, council members. My name's Adrienne Fontenot. I'm the CEO of the Acadian Home Builders Association, and I stand before you tonight on behalf of our 750-plus members. We wish to publicly communicate to you that we support the neighborhood that's being proposed, Steiner Loft, and the developer Tecton Development. For the following reasons, the developer Tecton Development Group has adhered to all of the development requirements as established in the Lafayette Development Code without requesting a single waiver or variance. The Lafayette Development Code is the law by which developers are to determine project feasibility and project placement and adhere to the requirements and restrictions set forth within. If a proposed development satisfies the requirements issued by the Lafayette Consolidated Government, obtains recommendations for approval by the staff, then it should be approved. The process should be respected. Housing affordability is a key quality of life indicator and a significant challenge in terms of recruiting and retaining workforce. Acadian Home Builders Association aims to protect the ability to live on property free from discrimination and to ensure that all individuals have equal access to housing. Denial of a development aimed at providing housing in a niche market is precluding many people in Lafayette Parish from pursuing home ownership. The average home sales price January to June 2022 is reported at $281,000, which is an 11% increase over the same time last year. Housing equals jobs. Failure to provide development opportunities will result in jobs lost. Businesses will suffer and tax revenue will decrease. Our members take pride in the responsibility of creating opportunities for citizens to work and to live. Land availability is at an all-time low, particularly within the city of Lafayette, and those parcels that remained available are often priced at a point that makes projects like this unfeasible. For years, there have been requests for infill development, and this is an attempt to satisfy those requests. We have been supportive of the efforts to establish a code by which developers would develop according to the needs of both the city and the parish, and we have had representatives contribute practical experience and their knowledge and expertise to create what is now known as the Lafayette Development Code. And we ask that you consider your decision to grant the appeal for the development as it honors the law in place and pertains to the growth and development of Lafayette Parish. Thank you.
Next speaker, Bill LeBlanc, followed by the final speaker, John Mouton.
Hello, my name is Bill LeBlanc, and I have been a home builder in Lafayette Parish for over 30 years.
Pull the mic closer to your mouth. Thank you.
In that time, our company has built hundreds of homes in Lafayette and surrounding areas. This will be more of a takeoff, what I'm going to read of what Adrienne said. It will overlap also the last decision. My main concern is that zoning, as well as the city council, follows the regulations that are laid out and the codes. I remember over 30 years ago, there were nearby neighbors opposing the developing of Fernwood subdivision off of Ambassador Caffrey. Today, Fernwood is one of Lafayette's premier developments. Countless developments over the years have faced opposition by nearby neighbors. I know there are always a few nearby landowners that feel that they will be negatively affected by new residential development. Community residential developments are important to the growth and the vitality of the city of Lafayette through property tax, revenue, and creating beautiful neighborhoods for families to grow. I believe in the appeal process. When there is an appeal like this one, the job of the city council should be to make sure the zoning board enforces all current regulations and codes in regards to residential developments. The zoning board has a multitude of regulations that they are in charge of enforcing for land use. And over the last several years, these regulations have multiplied many times over. The new UDC code, which was passed a few years ago, has so many regulations that in some cases, attorneys have been called to decipher them. I'm not here tonight to discuss countless new regulations. I'm here to point out that we have a zoning board. This zoning board is in place to ensure all of the regulations are being followed before issuing a permit to proceed. Nearby residents can attend zoning meetings to ensure their concerns and grievances are known. In years past, the decision of the zoning board normally ended there. At times, it would be appealed to the city council. It seems very unusual for the city council to overturn an approval that the zoning board made in regards to new residential developments. A development that met all of the regulations and codes, a development that had made 0 requests for variance.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time's up. Move on to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker, final speaker is John Mouton.
Before Mr. Mouton speaks, I do want to clarify, my director came up and let me know that, so there were 3 people at the meeting, that we did receive a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat, and it did not receive the 3 votes it required to move forward for acceptance. Also, a little correction, RM1 is 25 units per acre, not 26, which it is meeting. It's been a long night.
All right, Mr. Mouton, come on up.
Good evening. It's been a long time since I've been up here. I only recognize one of you who was up there when I was last up here. Although I have dealt with Ms. Cook and Ms. Hebert. There's really, and I've been told, you talk too much, so I'm not going to say much other than that. This is what applies to this development, and there is no request for any variance from this thing. It's an awful thick thing. You should, if you really wanted to kill a subdivision, you probably could find a way to do it with that many pages. It's your duty to live by the law you've adopted. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we did have one citizen who signed in support of the project, and we had 7 sign in support of the appeal.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask legal to clarify before we go for the vote what the vote would be.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, and let me clarify from the clerk or you, the motion on the floor, did I hear it to be a motion to grant the appeal?
Yes, you did.
Okay, all right. So with the current motion on the floor, a motion to grant the appeal, a yes vote would overturn the decision of the Planning Commission and by denying the development, and would result in an approval of the development for preliminary plat. A no vote would maintain the decision of the Planning Commission that denied the development. So yes vote development goes forward with preliminary plat. No vote, they do not have preliminary plat. You sure? You want it? All right. I'll abbreviate it. The motion is a motion to grant the appeal. The appeal is asking you to overturn the Planning Commission's denial. So if you want the development to continue forward, if you want the development to have preliminary plat, you would vote yes to the motion to grant the appeal.
I think he's got it. You got it? All right. So I think we're ready. Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2? Yes. District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. Motion to grant the appeal is approved.
All right, moving on to introductory ordinances. I need a motion and a second to introduce in globo items 27 through 31. I have a motion from Mr. Lazard, a second from Ms. Abear. Jeremy, please read the ordinances. I'm sorry, 27 to 31. Yes, yes.
City Ordinance 131, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government to reflect an increase in projected revenues of $45,000 and to increase the contractual services credit card expense budget by $45,000 within the Traffic, Roads, and Bridges Department Parking Division. City Ordinance 132, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 capital budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of retained earnings reserve in the amount of $1.5 million and appropriating within the Utilities Department to fund the Bodant Generation Interconnection Study. City Ordinance 133, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government Code of Ordinances, Section 94, by revising electric, water, and wastewater rates. City Ordinance 134, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute the interconnection request for a generating facility. City Ordinance 135, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council providing for the abandonment of a 10-foot utility easement along the rear lots 464 and 465 of Whittington Oaks Subdivision Extension Number 3 located at 421 and 425 Shelley Drive.
All right, I'm not seeing any council discussion on any of these. Any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
District 2?
To introduce in globo items, sorry, 27 through 31.
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Motion to introduce in globo items 27 through 31 is approved.
All right, Jeremy, please read item number 32.
City Ordinance 136, 2022, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by decreasing council reserves in Fund 650 American Rescue Plan 21 city funds in the amount of $750,000 and appropriating within the Community Development and Planning Department for disbursement to Acadiana Black Nurses Association and Sun Wellness Center.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I'd like to recuse myself because of conflict on this one here, number 32.
Okay. All right, so let's, we have that. Yes, sir, yeah. I did not. I have a motion and a second. A motion from Ms. Abear and a second from Mr. Lazard on item number 32. So we have, I'm not seeing any other council discussion other than Mr. Lewis. Any public comments?
Corey Levier, but I think he walked out. He had signed in. No other speakers.
All right, so let's call for a vote to introduce item number 32.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 1?
Abstain, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, District 5?
Yes.
District 1, abstained. District 2?
Mr. Nake?
District 2?
2?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's time to go home.
Motion to introduce is approved.
All right, let's move on to the joint introductory ordinances. I need a motion and a second to introduce in global items 34 through 46. Mr. Lazard has a motion and a second from Ms. Abear. Jeremy, please read the ordinances. Yeah.
Joint Ordinance 61, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending Chapter 98, Article 3, Divisions 3 and 4 relative to towing and wrecker operations and services to comport with state law. Joint Ordinance 62, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending Ordinance 97, 2018 with respect to the governing authority of the Lafayette Parish Rural Fire District. Joint Ordinance 63, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into an artifact loan agreement with the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana system. Joint Ordinance 64, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and the Baseball Ventures of Louisiana, LLC, to extend the agreement with respect to the use of Fabacher Field for a portion of the calendar year. Joint Ordinance 65, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government to sell at public internet auction surplus vehicles, equipment, and other miscellaneous movable property which are no longer needed for public purposes as per the attached list, internet auction. Joint Ordinance 66, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of prior year fund balance in Fund 550 in the amount of $90,000 and appropriating within the Public Works Department, Environmental Quality, Solid Waste Composting Division for additional funding needed to cover estimated costs of renting a grinder and excavator. Joint Ordinance 67, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $40,088 received from the State of Louisiana Local Government Assistance Program and appropriating within the Community Development and Planning Department. Joint Ordinance 68, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $340,000 in Home Investment Partnership Program funds within the Community Development Department, the Community Development and Planning Department to Lafayette Habitat for Humanity. Joint Ordinance 69, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $150,000 in Home Investment Partnership Program funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Catholic Charities of Acadiana. Joint Ordinance 70, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $80,000 in Community Development Block Grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Lafayette Habitat for Humanity. Joint Ordinance 71, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $150,000 in Community Development Block Grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Catholic Charities of Acadiana. Joint Ordinance 72, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $75,000 in Community Development Block Grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to the Extra Mile. Joint Ordinance 73, 2022, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the transfer of $180,000 in community development block grant funds within the Community Development and Planning Department to Acadiana Cares.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any council discussion? Mr. Lazard?
Yes, Mary left?
Mary's not here, yes.
She left, okay. Yeah, I was just going to ask, these transfer of home funds, what would these funds normally have been used for? And are we transferring them because they haven't been used or what?
No, this is just our regular process of allocating those federal dollars back out into the appropriate organizations through a competitive application process. And
So it's just a pass-through, basically, through LCG? Am I mischaracterizing it?
I wouldn't exactly qualify it as a pass-through because there is an application and approval process.
Okay.
And so it wasn't directly allocated to those organizations from the federal government.
Okay. Okay. That's fine, thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other council discussion. Any public comments?
Yes, ma'am. First speaker is Clarice Gallego. She'll be followed by Stephanie Skinner Touchette.
Well, hello, I'm Clarice Gallegos, and I know y'all are tired of hearing from me, and I'm tired of talking, but I really have to make, especially in light of what's just happened to our city with our mayor, I think mental illness ought to be at the top of everybody's thought process right now. PTSD, which is one of the things that he went into rehab for or detox for, whatever you want to call it. PTSD is a mental illness. It's not an addictive thing. It's something that you get from trauma. You do not have to serve in the military and be shot at to have PTSD. You can be raped and develop PTSD. Your house can burn and develop PTSD. Any trauma in your life. So again, I have a gentleman right now at Acadiana Cares suffering from PTSD and drugs. So he's gotten his detox. Acadiana Cares is doing a wonderful job, and I'm glad they're there because I don't have any housing for him right now. You know, it's because I'm limited again with the same old M word that everybody's tired of hearing about. I don't know what I have to do, but I can tell you for sure I'm not going away. I am a stubborn, born and bred German, and I am not going away. I'm going to figure this out with or without your help. It would be much easier on me if I had your help. I don't understand why mental illness is so hard to fund. It's really a big priority in our community, and it should be looked at as a serious matter. I don't really know what else to say to appeal to you that, you know, go to Clubhouse International's website. I'm just one little bitty clubhouse and the first and only in this state. So that ought to give you some kind of understanding that nobody wanted it in the first place. In the tiny state of Utah, there are 5 clubhouses and 1 in the state of Louisiana that has 715,000. You know, I'd love to see them in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Alexandria, Shreveport, and Lake Charles, and I know my time is up. So I just appreciate your time, and it has been a long night, so I think I'll go home now.
Thank you, Clarice.
And the next speaker is Stephanie Skinner Touchette.
Hey, Council. I'm Stephanie Skinner Touchette, concerned Acadianian who loves this area. Well, I want to talk about the Habitat for Humanity. This is just my opinion. I don't like the word habitat because it reminds me of a habit trail. And when you study science in grade school, you talk about animals in their habitats. We're not pets. So I would like it if they could change it maybe to Homes for Humanity or something like that. And with grant money, I want all you, the council, and to really pay attention, I told the parish this too, to really pay attention to any grant that comes through here or any grant that's offered to you, because George Soros, he sneaks in and he puts his tentacles in beautiful communities, and he does that with grants. He's bought off a lot of the DAs all over this country. He's responsible for killing a lot of Jews and bragged about it. We have the footage. And he's in charge of getting in charge of these DAs and then letting them go. And then what happens is they go and they burn down the cities, the criminals, and he funds BLM, and he's destroyed countries all over the world. So be careful, watch for his grants. Now, the next thing is the Catholic Charities. I would love to give the money to Miss Clarice, because the Catholic Charities, they traffic children. They're involved with the United Nations and Communist China, and they're clowered in Piven strategy, and this is out there. It's written, and we can all look it up, and it's to flood us, this country, unconstitutionally. What the Catholics are doing, it's unconstitutional. They're breaking the law, these charities. They're trafficking children. They're bringing them over the border, which is a criminal act. They could all go to jail. And so we have serious issues, and I'm hoping Cloud and Piven is to flood this country with the immigrants, which under Biden administration, millions and millions have been flooded into this area. And we as a community, it's not fair to everybody that's working. It's not fair to all our veterans. It's not fair to all the immigrants that want to come here legally. And it's wrong for us to sit by and let them break the law and bring all these people into our community and take jobs and cause crime and all these things. So we need to watch out for the Catholic Charities. Just keep an eye on what's going on. Watch what's going on behind the scenes, because there's a lot of bad people at the top, and they've hijacked the Catholic religion. So we have like Demons Unleashed and all these organizations, and we need to protect this area and keep a close eye that all these evil things don't come our way. And we can do everything as we can as a community to stop that and keep an eye on that and know what to look for and watch for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have any, that's the last speaker? Yes, ma'am. All right, so let's call for a vote then to introduce in globo items 34 through 46.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
Motion to introduce items 34 through 46 in globo is approved.
All right, last thing, comments from the public. This is a time to speak about topics that are not included as agenda items. Topics should be related to the City of Lafayette and are within the legislative power of the City Council. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. For efficiency, to allow other citizens the opportunity to speak, the 3-minute rule will be in effect. Once the 3-minute rule timer starts, you are asked to continue your comments to completion, as the intent is not to have a question and answer session. And should you have questions, please submit them in writing to the clerk of the council for response by administration and/or the appropriate LCG official. All right, Mr. Joseph, any public comments?
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 speakers, first of which is Asim Ballot, and second is Mr. Michael Keating.
Okay, you can come on up.
Good evening, good night. I don't know what to tell you. That's the
Yeah.
first time. I own a property, 100 Conrad Street in Lafayette. And we have a lot of issues with the city. I have a lot of issue with across the street, the neighbor. I mean, there's a big oak tree fell on the top of this house. Last year, I got a letter from the city that I have to move all the debris. And this guy was keep cutting the trees and throwing my property. So I talked to environmental board. They say you have to prove us it's not yours. Okay, and I have the pictures that you guys can look. I end up paying, they say, if you don't pay us, we're gonna put a lien on your property, and they did. And I end up paying $1,085 last year. My lawn guy went in yesterday and he found it, the guy cutting the trees and putting on my property again. So I showed up and I saw him pulling, this is the picture right there. I took that picture. He saw me, he put it back. And I called again, and Mr. Russell said, you have to move it again. Why should I move somebody else's debris? It's not coming from across the highway. It's, my address is 100, his address is 105. I mean, I'm not gonna pay for these and send my manpower. I mean, I've been busy with this thing since yesterday. I had enough. And if you guys look at this guy's property, it's trash.
What is your address again?
100 Conrad.
Conrad, okay. What, do you know where's? Okay, all
It's
right.
a corner of 49 and I-10.
Okay,
Just south of I-10.
I got you. Okay, I don't want to cut you short if you still, my suggestion would be that you leave your information with the clerk, and actually Mr. Lewis can get with you, and y'all can figure out what the next step would be to take care of this issue.
Yeah, because see, last time I was talking to the mayor's office, and we have a lot of emails going back and forth while we're doing this, and all of a sudden I got a letter saying that, hey, we already cut it, you got to pay for it.
Okay.
I said, well, we are still talking to the city, and Mr. Russell says, you pay or we put a lien. I mean, this is not right. And he was keep saying, no, this is, you cannot prove it, it's not yours. I told him, I said, you can come in, cross the street and see it, and all these trees are painted, and he's keep cutting it and throwing it in my property.
Yeah, sounds crazy. Yeah.
And I have a report from last year, I had in June 21st, I had a police report, and I had a police report filed yesterday again. And I run his record, he got warrants and all kind of stuff. I mean, somebody have to do something with this.
Right, yeah, well, I would take all that information, give it to the clerk, and Mr. Lewis, y'all already,
We
Go ahead,
have
I'm
been in
sorry.
communication as far as today. So I also talked with legal about it. He made a police report on yesterday. So
Okay.
we're trying to do what we can. Mr. Ascot is aware of it as well.
okay.
So we're going to try to,
So he's
do
going
what
to
we
take
can.
care of you.
yeah,
All right,
we're gonna try.
thank you.
All right, thank you. All right,
Okay,
next speaker.
the next speaker is Michael Keating, and he has a handout I'm going to pass out.
I know.
It's been a long night
It's
for
been a
y'all.
long night for you, too.
Yes. If anybody says y'all don't earn your pay, I'll pick an argument with them.
And there you go.
I'm here tonight to thank someone for a project that happened on College Saloon Road. I had observed a problem with the new bridge going across the coulee at College Saloon Road and the roundabout. There was an obstruction in the road that was causing accidents, causing people. I became involved because of a lady that hit the curve and was pulled off to the side, and I stayed with her until someone came to tend to her. Thank goodness the road hadn't been completed and that there was a spare space for her to pull in at the time. So upon that process, I decided that I would take this up, and I went to the city engineering department on University to talk to, I asked for the head engineer on the project. He came down, he looked at what I had and said there was no problem there, that he just put red paint on it and let it go. And I said, look, there's a serious problem here. He says, there's not, there's the door, leave. In that sort of tone of voice or more. So I said to him, I said, I need to take this up with someone else. And he grabbed the door and he says, what did you say? What did you say? And I said, I'm going to take it up with somebody else. So at that time, a few days later, I contacted Ms. Cook about the problem. She agreed to meet me. We went to the site. I had pictures that I had taken and everything else. And these pictures, she took them. She went and talked to the proper people, to some other engineers that were working on the project on College Saloon Road, and it was addressed. And tonight I'm here to say that both ends of the bridge were redone. The concrete's been poured. The obstructions have been removed because of these engineers and Ms. Cook that put diligent work into it and hard work and took her time to do this. So therefore, all I can say is great gratitude. And from the Lafayette, I don't know how much it costs to call out an ambulance and a fire truck and the police, but this intersection had been hit numerous times by numerous people, which could have caused a bad accident. And again, I say thank you for your time and your effort in doing this. You, the council person that we like to have. Thank you, Ms. Good.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, next speaker.
Next speaker is Stephanie Skinner Touchette. She'll be followed by Corey Levier, our final speaker.
Hi, Stephanie Skinner Touchette. Here's some things that we can look out for. China is buying, this is a fact, China and Bill Gates are buying up all the farmland in this country, like hundreds of thousands of acres. China's even buying land next to some of our military bases and landing strips and all that. So I wanted to talk to Mary, but she's not here. But you as council members, y'all can tell Mary to make sure that they're not allowed to buy land around here and to buy up our farmland, because they're making it really hard for our farmers right now. They're trying to get rid of the United Nations, and everybody's trying to get rid of fertilizer and everything, starve all of us out. We're going to need to come together as a community. Keep China out here and keep the United Nations out here, because there's collapse coming. So we want to protect our farmers and make sure that, because I know you have to approve land purchases. It's a security risk. It's treason to let these people come buy our farmland. And Bill Gates, he's a big murderer. People run from him in India when he goes there with the shots. He's in charge of the CDC with the CDC, and he's paying off everybody and testing on everybody with these shots. He's killed and sterilized children all over the world. And that's another thing. The shots, the insurance companies are coming out and they're saying we're probably about to sue big pharmaceutical right now, because we can't keep up with the claims. There's been a 40% increase in deaths, the insurance companies are saying. All these claims are coming forward. People are dying. Now they're coming at our children with the COVID shots. Even before this COVID shot has killed more people than all the current vaccines, all the previous vaccines combined. Okay, and now they're coming for our children here in Acadiana. And I don't want to serve up the people of Acadiana to big pharmaceutical so they can make money off of us. You know, no thanks. We have medical herbs. I go to the farmers markets. I see the herbs and all that, and there's ancient medicinal medicine that we can use, and we're not going to serve up the people of Acadiana to these shots. Even before the COVID shots, autism is a big problem because of regular vaccines, and they don't work. 90% of the medicine that's prescribed to us by big pharmaceutical is not effective. And so these children have autism, you have all these special needs and disability and things of that nature. So, and I've been to fairs and festivals, and there's tents, there's COVID shot tents. I really would rather not see that in Lafayette, because there again, we don't want to serve up our good people to that. You know, I mean, we should all be about health and not make those people money, because they're criminals, they make bioweapons, they're not trustworthy, they've hurt people in the past, and they're going to keep on hurting people. And we as Acadianians don't have to be their target or fall into it. And so there's just a lot of stuff happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Final speaker is Corey Levier.
All right, Corey.
Hello, great council. I like that. I like the way she put that. My name is Corey Levier. I'm the CEO of the Cycle Breakers Coalition, among a few other things that I have going on. But tonight I'm here to say thank you. A while back I came and told you guys that I was doing the summer camp, and I want to let you know that it went well. The kids benefited, the parents benefited. We had a completion ceremony. Everybody came out. They were so excited. The kids looked real good. And the lessons and the vision of my ideas came to fruition because of the support of the city, support of the community. I also would like to say thank you for what you did on behalf of the Saturday Night Safe Haven. I've been working 6 days a week this summer, 5 days a week with the summer camp, 1 day a week with the Saturday Night Safe Haven at Girard Park, where teenagers were allowed to come and give and have a safe place to hang out. on a Saturday night instead of being in the streets if they chose to. We had some pretty good turnouts, but it was, because of your generosity that even that was able to happen, because I was able to, help out and do what I can on Saturday nights there. It's been a busy summer, and I haven't had time to come and properly thank you guys. So I wanted to say thank you, and also make you aware of the additional funding we may need coming into 2023 for the summer programs. In 2021, we came before you, and you guys gave us $100,000 for 5 summer camps. It was added to the Parks and Recreation budget. This year, we operated 10 summer camps with a total of $65,000, which, to say the least, wasn't enough. But because we are who we are, and we're Lafayette, and we're citizens, and we will not stop, because I feel that the mission that I'm on is one for the kids, one for the community, one for our future. So I made sure that I continued no matter what. But next year in 2023, I'd like for us, so while we're going into the budget hearings, doing all these things, to make sure that we consider the needs of the summer camps for next year. And also, the children and parents have been asking me to implement a year-round after-school program that is in line with what we did at the summer camp. And I'll also be get with my city councilman, Mr. Glenn Lazard, to discuss how we can make things like that happen. And of course, thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity to do the summer camps and the use of the facilities and everything that you guys did for us. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the mayor, good friend of mine. I'm glad he's back at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for all you did this summer for those programs. Really, we can't do those programs with people like you helping, so thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, is that the final speaker?
Yes.
Oh, you mean we have to go home? No, huh?
Ended on a good note.
All right, we ended on a very good note. All right. No. All right, I'd like to adjourn the regular city council meeting. Y'all have a good night and drive safe home.